Hello, everyone. Um, I hope you are fine. We're testing a bit. I don't know if can you give me some signal, a feedback in the chat if you're listening, please. Should be all right. Great, thank you. Well, first of all, we are very happy to welcome you, all people, to this version of the ICLC 2021. Bienvenidos, bienvenidas, como decimos acá, bienvenides a todos a esta conferencia, la ICLC 2021. It has been a long way. We've had moments, but as I read it in the booklet, we had always our spirit high, dodging several difficulties which had seemed to come all the same time. COVID is still, a menace for all people around the world. So this version of the conference is a special version, maybe compressed one with less participation, maybe, but we believe that it's a strong version anyway. This is a special version, as I said. All the papers and performances, in a way, represents the current state of light coding research, artistic and social practices. So that's the main issue for us. The main point is to share this very new trend in computer music, electronic music, especially in our country, in our region, in our continent, with all these practices, manifestations are still growing. So we're very happy to have you guys. Welcome. And we're going to start in a couple of minutes to share the videos with the presentations of the papers. After each video, we're going to have a slot of time to discuss, to receive some questions from people in social networks, and hopefully we can discuss between the presenters here. So that's it. I don't know if Christian want to say something in Spanish. No. Okay. I'm going to say a few words in Spanish to give the welcome. So, nuevamente bienvenidos. Estaba diciendo yo que esta es una versión muy especial de la conferencia, un poquito más comprimida tal vez, en términos de la gente no ha podido viajar. El COVID todavía es una amenaza, pero de todas maneras creemos que hemos mantenido el espíritu fuerte y alto, sorteando muchas dificultades de que de alguna manera llegaron todas al mismo tiempo. Así que, de todas maneras, estas presentaciones son de alguna forma una representación del estado actual de la investigación y las prácticas artísticas y sociales en torno al light coding. Así que estamos muy felices de tener a todos los invitados porque sus presentaciones y actuaciones, artículos representan este espíritu y este estado actual de lo que está ocurriendo con esta tendencia muy nueva, que es lo que nos motiva. Compartir, incentivar esta área en nuestros países, en nuestro país que todavía es muy nuevo. Así que eso es. Y vamos a comenzar entonces, si podemos seguir el timetable. So we're going to start now with the presentation of the group with Scott Wilson, Konstantinos Basilakos, Serkan Sevilgen, with the paper Live Coding in the Time of COVID. Very, very interesting for give this kickstart to our conference. So welcome, enjoy, and let's get started. So I'm back again. We are having a problem with the streaming, so please a little bit patience. We're asking you to get. So that's it. It's a little problem with the streaming software, but you're going to have this sorted in a bit. That's it. In the meantime, let's remember the timetable for today. The papers are going to be presented in this order. We have firstly, like coding in time of COVID by Scott Whitson, Konstantinos Basilakos, Serkan Sevilgen. Then we got Jardines Alquímicos, implementación de una red neuronal en una computadora química y su uso como herramientas para live coding. Then we got alternate timelines for tidal cycles by Alex McLean. Afterwards, computación creativa, repensar las configuraciones humano-algoritmo by Renzo Filinich. And then an analytical framework for musical live coding systems based on gestural interactions in performance practices by Georgios Diapoulis and Pale Daslet. Sorry about that. And finally, after that, we're going to have a pause, and at 12 o'clock Chile time, we're going to have the first panel with the topic Code and Semantics. Two speakers sharing their researches, ideas, thoughts, and then chatting between them and with the audience. Tor Magnusson and Iris Saladino. So that's it. So we are 5 minutes late. Should be all right, this little gap. So again, we got the video, but audio.
Happy to be here. I'm Scott Wilson, talking to you from Birmingham, and we've also got Serkan Sevilgen and Konstantinos Vatsalakos from Istanbul. The title of our talk is Live Coding in the Time of COVID. So we're just going to talk very briefly about some of the work that we did with sort of network music performances over lockdown. And we'll start by going through two existing pieces and then talk about how they were adapted or reworked or reimagined or extended for network performance. So the two pieces that we're talking about were both developed with for performance with BEER, the Birmingham Ensemble for Electroacoustic Research, which we founded here in 2011 in Birmingham, and Konstantinos was a member, I think, pretty much from the beginning. So the first piece is called Peace Stew, and this was developed as a kind of collaborative network sonification piece. It was inspired by Nicholas Collins, the American Nicholas Collins experimental sound artist, not the British Nick Collins live coder. He had a piece called Peace Soup, and this was basically a signal chain with an amplitude follower driven phase shifter at its heart. So basically you had a microphone, you had a speaker, there was an amplitude follower. You turn the system up until it started to feedback, which would push up the amplitude follower, which would do a little phase shifter, which would kick it kind of in and out of resonance. And this would cause various shifting patterns of pitch patterns and resonances to emerge within the performance space. And it was a kind of a link of that circuit and the space, and perhaps people interacting within the space as well. So we decided to do this in a similar way within a network. I've got a little diagram here of the signal path for that. Sorry, we'll just take a moment to find it here. There it is. So basically, we had a fully meshed network, which we'd implemented with Jack Trip. So everybody's connected to everybody. That was in itself was a little bit tricky to configure. It was a bit difficult to get all the connections right. So we ended up writing a kind of class to automate that behavior, so to get all the Jack Trip connections on a local network. Then basically you would seed that with some feed with a signal to get the network kind of going and turn up signals until you get some resonance. And so you can kind of see at the top of that signal chain, you've got a number of inputs from the other performers on the network. You can mix and scale them, changing their gain levels. So this allows you to sort of reconfigure the topology of the network at your node. You could also give them negative gains for phase inversion. There's a random delay that goes in there just to kind of break it up a little bit and make everybody not be too even in terms of their interaction at that node in the network. And then we have something like Nicholas Collins's amplitude follower driven phase shift, but it's being done with an FFT sort of on a bin by bin basis. So that's a slightly different behavior. And then below that is something called other processing. And this is where sort of the live coding would happen. So you would kind of intervene in the signal chain there with live coding and and sort of contribute to what sort of becomes a kind of collective instrument that everybody's playing. I used to sort of use the metaphor of it being like a giant blob of jello or something that everybody's trying to push around, and you're not really in control of it, but you can send ripples out, if you like, through it. And it's sort of a collective instrument that we're all playing together. Then there's a limiter for, I think, fairly obvious reasons, a speaker. So at each performer's position, there was a tap, if you like, into the network. And then you would send the output to the other players. So that was, that's basically Peace Stew there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything too much more to say about that. The second piece is called Piano Code, and this was developed as a collaborative project with pianist Zina Pestova. And basically the idea here was to use machine listening techniques to capture improvisations by Xenia. And then the idea is we would take that data and use it as material for live coded responses. So we realized very quickly when we did this that there was a problem with this, because she could produce data so fast that by the time we actually got something into our computers, got something coded up and did something, she'd moved on really, really quickly. So we came up with a kind of a sort of hybrid interface here, if you like, which I can also just quickly share with you. Yeah, I think this should work. So you should be able to see this here. So if I go, you can see that I've got some kind of pitches there coming across in a kind of classic piano roll way. I can drag over that, select it. That would pop up a code window with some code already formatted. And by using modifier keys, I could make that loop or play automatically or do various things. And basically that just gives me some code to immediately edit. And that was kind of the basis really of that piece as well. So we thought it was kind of interesting, I think, in that it was a kind of a something that came up against the limits of live coding. Live coding, as we say, is very flexible, but it's not necessarily very fast. So we combined it with this kind of piano roll GUI interface to make it more nimble, more responsive. And we've got, from that piece, there's been a number of variants, including bass code, piano code, Dirk code with composer Dirk Stromberg's instrument, and most recently Symphony in Blue, which with the Istanbul coding ensemble, which Konstantinos will tell you about in a minute. So the first piece that the first reworking we had to do for kind of lockdown performance on the internet was pStew, and we came up with a version of this we call pStew Recalibrated. So 2021, as it happens, was our 10-year anniversary, and we thought it would be nice to kind of do something about this. And our sort of mother organization, if you like, Beast, Birmingham Electric Acoustic Sound Theatre, was having our annual festival, which had the theme of recalibration. So we decided to recalibrate pStew for this performance. This presented a number of challenges. The issues I noted when I discussed it a moment ago with the local version in terms of network configuration remain, but were more challenging, because you've got people with a variety of different internet connections. Some of them may be better or worse than others. Some people might have direct access to university networks, with a non-private address directly on the internet, but most people have to deal with some sort of network address translation issues across home routers to their computers. So you have to start doing things like port forwarding or setting up a DMZ in order to make computers discoverable behind a router. So that was quite problematic. The other thing was that we had to kind of figure out how to actually patch our super collider code for pStew, into the signal chain, which was a little bit tricky. There were various sort of online streaming applications, which we might be able to connect, but you could possibly need multiple instances of this running on one computer. It's all a little bit tricky. So in the end, what we came up with was a solution with Sonobus, which was quite nice. It is centralized, but only in terms of discovery. So that helped with discovery across network address translation. And where that didn't help, we did a little bit of tweaking people's router settings. And because Christoph Ressi at IEM had done a kind of VST plugin hosting for Super Collider, it was quite easy to kind of host a Sonobus VST instance within Super Collider and use Super Collider's flexible routing and feedback facilities to just connect the inputs and outputs of that correctly. This actually eventually made it much easier to configure in some ways than the previous Jack Trip approach. Less flexible in some ways. The other adaptations, I think, were kind of like the nature of the piece really changed in some ways, because on a LAN, of course, streaming audio can have very, very low latency. But over the internet, when we had performers for this festival in Birmingham and Istanbul and Hong Kong, latency could easily be hundreds of milliseconds. So this meant that instead of dealing with kind of resonance and pitch, we were sometimes dealing with aspects of rhythm and delay, depending on how you where you were routing to or where you were reading from. And the lack of a performance space also created some opportunities because it really was completely virtual. We didn't have speakers going into a shared space with the audience. We were able to capture that and do a kind of ambisonic spatialization of the performance with binaural encoding for everyone, and combine that with screen captures and Zoom video. So that was a kind of a really interesting sort of rethinking of this network sonification piece over a wide area rather than a local area. Okay, I'm going to pass over now to Konstantinos to talk about Symphony in Blue.
Thank you very much, Scott. So my part in this presentation is to talk a little bit about the Symphony in Blue. A Symphony in Blue is a composition based in Kamran in J, composition for solo piano, and the piano performance was by Jerfi Aji, my colleague here in the Istanbul Technical University and the Center for Advanced Studies in Music. As Scott mentioned, we are ICE, the Istanbul Coding Ensemble, and I created the same philosophy that I studied in UK, and I had the unique opportunity to collaborate with Scott as member of the Birmingham Ensemble for Electroacoustic Research. So with all this invaluable experience I collected throughout my studies in the UK, I founded ICE. So Symphony in Blue is based on piano code, premiered with Zinnia Pestova, as mentioned Scott earlier. And a little bit about the piece. I think Scott elaborated very well about what the piece consists of, but the challenges we had this time was about to do this piece online in a way. It was online anyways in ad hoc network setting, but this time we needed to do it in real online, like a remote situation. So technically, this had a little bit of challenges like latency, and we were sending the data through Sonobus, and so the analyzation took place at not at the same time. So it was based on the latency by Sonobus, what Scott was receiving in Birmingham, and what we're doing here. So, but in this piece, I don't think we're limited timely. There's no timely events that needed to be correctly aligned or something like that, because basically it's about live coding with sounds that and data that come from the piano. And so it's a little bit of the code that we've used. This is based in the code by piano code, so it uses the pitch class, which is in Super Collider class library, and onset detection for duration of the events. We use the stereo technique to capture the sound for the piano, and the adaptation recording of the piece took place in Miam Studio, which that was a little bit unusual because as a live coding performers, we are not used to perform in a studio setting, but that added a little bit of more space to be more creative afterwards. For example, we did this performance and we recorded everything in video and sound, and then I had the opportunity to work on this piece as I would work with some sort of fixed media situation where I could shift and repeat or subtract separate channels from the recording of all the performers from the recording. On top of the already developed code for the Symphony in Blue and piano code, we used for first time as Istanbul Coding Ensemble some visualization of the code that was created with P5.js and based on Node.js server, where everybody could see what what the other performers are executing on their Super Collider editors. Basically, all the code that was executed from each performer was visualized in the room, and you can see that a little bit in the video. So that's it from me, and there's some future directions from what we've done so far, and I think Serkan will be the right person to talk about this. Thank you very much for me.
Thank you, Konstantinos. During a rehearsal or performance, members of network ensembles often sit in the same physical room and connect to the same local area network. But the COVID-19 outbreak forced musicians to perform remotely, and network musicians need to tackle the problems of connecting with each other over the internet. Musicians has to change their router and firewall settings to open the ports for communication, which can be cumbersome or unavailable if they are behind institutional firewalls. Audio sharing tools like Sonobus or Jacktrip should be set up properly, and they require reliable, high bandwidth internet access. We have been developing an approach to overcome those issues by sending the data and code that will produce the sound to peers and generating audio on each musician's computer in real time, instead of rendering audio locally and sending it to others over the internet. Remote OSC is an open source application written in Node.js to manage data sharing over the internet. It is a platform agnostic and can work with any software as long as the message is in OSC protocol. Remote OSC has two main components: a server application that has to be installed on a publicly available web server, and the client application that needs to run on musicians' computers. The server acts as a traffic manager and distributes the incoming messages to all connected clients. The client application establishes a permanent connection to the server via WebSockets and listens to messages coming from other performers through the server and sends them to the backend audio application like Super Collider, MaxMSP, or Csound. As you can see here, both performers start their remote OSC client programs and establish a permanent connection to each other via the server. Performer 1 generates data in Super Collider, let's say, and sends it as an OSC message to the remote OSC client. Data is distributed to connected clients via the remote OSC server. Performer 2 gets the data into Super Collider and employs sound generation algorithms to produce music in real time. What will be the possible music outcomes of remote OSC? So remote OSC can be configured with many-to-many and bidirectional patterns for network music ensembles. But one-to-many, one-to-one, and unidirectional setups can also work for projects with real-time sonification, live installations, and many more. The OSC messages could carry text or visual data that can be consumed by a program like processing for telematic audiovisual performances. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. It should be with sound my streaming. Again, thank you. Thank you for your questions. Hello, Scott. Good to see you. And thank you for your empathy. And as you say, well, it's very topical.
But it's,
So
yeah, I was just saying that because our paper was about these kinds of problems, it's quite topical that this has actually happened. So I know exactly what this is. We know exactly what this is like. Thanks.
Yeah. So, well, excuses again, apologies, but I may say that everything was triggered because, unfortunately, you know how it's life. We got a general power down in the quarter here. So we are now waiting with our batteries and some backup supplies for the energy come back. So, but let's talk about a bit your paper. For me, it was very interesting in the sense of this kind of how can I say ethical and aesthetical approach to these issues of being networked. So it's this all this technical stuff is interesting, more or less reliable, but the implications, and how you create, how you planificate the work is something that was very interesting for me. I was remembering this idea of Brian Eno, about surfing, when you need to go, let the flow go, but at the same time try to get, the control of it. But it's a kind of balance. Maybe I will ask you, meanwhile we are recollecting some questions or comments, maybe develop that point.
Konstantinos, do you want to say anything about that, or? Can't hear you.
I wanted to follow the problem with the sound a little bit to continue this. To create some suspense. No, I think, Scott, you're the right person to do that. I can add the comment if I want.
Okay, I mean, I guess if I understand, I think just it's interesting that as we see these kind of problems and limitations. I mean, it's interesting, in the paper we talked about how you can get low latency with the LAN, but if we have somebody, well, in people can see tonight in the concert in Peace to Recalibrated, the signals that are coming from somebody who's the other side of the world. We had people from Istanbul, people from Hong Kong. You basically can't get around the latency. It's just, it doesn't matter if even under ideal conditions you're getting audible latency. So I mean, one thing that comes into that, I think, is just the latency as a determining factor in musical aesthetics and approaches and styles, I think is kind of underrated. I think that's something we're going to see more and more. And you can see, just as live coding, the point made about, as an interface, it's super flexible but not always fast, so that leads to certain sorts of behaviors. Sometimes people like, layering often emerges of things. I think it's the same with latency. I guess the other thing is just how we kind of deal with these kind of interactions, which are awkward, right? Like, it's hard to troubleshoot. You can't interact. You're not getting the same sort of cues. So that leads you perhaps to sort of different sorts of approaches about how you're going to do that. And I guess, live coding helps in some ways with that, but it is maybe not so helpful in other ways. Konstantinos or Serkan, you want to add anything, or? Nope. Okay. Were there any questions? I'm aware that time is probably, we're quite behind now, and we don't need to talk more than necessary.
Yes, maybe some of the other presenters, the fellow presenters, Lorenzo, Alex, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it seems like no. Well, people was very. They are saying more kind of compliments and say this is an amazing thing. So that's the point. Well, probably.
I can. Since there's no question, I can just add a comment. I feel I have to say something, but what I find really interesting, I mean, from the point of live coding and the repertoire, is that, as I said, I was very lucky to work with beer when I was in the UK, and then leaving UK and going somewhere else and starting here something like beer, and which I we found the equally funny name, ice like beer. I think the importance in this kind of field is that there's no certain repertoire, and the reason that I like to perform some pieces from beer is that this kind of creates the circulation of pieces for live coding ensembles, like, but which right now it doesn't exist. But I think we're kind of creating some future repertoire. I mean, maybe this sounds utopic that at some point there will be some in the same fashion, like people performing some very well-known composers, and the people they immediately know who is this composer. This has some kind of tradition. I think that's a good idea, and actually. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where I'm getting with that, but I think this kind of creating repertoire and pieces, because in live coding we see sometimes very interesting performances, but then they tend to be characterized by ephemerality, like they don't exist after 10 minutes or 20 minutes unless someone saves the file and reenacts it in some way or records it, obviously. But I think what is missing, and what this continuation of beer and ice and what next is some sort of repertoire building, which I think we need that.
Great. Yeah.
Pieces.
Well, it seems we got a minute to develop maybe what Giorgio said. So he has can this end up in a multiple musical pieces out of single ensemble performance?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I'm talking about multiple latencies. He said.
I think the answer to that is yeah. So he so can this end up in multiple musical performances and out of a single ensemble performance, and raising the issue of latencies because they can't be aligned? Yeah, the answer is yes. I think everybody's experience of it is different. Because the latencies will be different in different places. So again, those kind of sort of like chamber music like, or sort of band like tight interactions are further compromised by that. So even if the latency is low, if it's not quite the same, and people are getting different experiences, but I think that it's somehow okay. I mean, with Symphony in Blue, it was interesting because I was getting the audio and doing the machine listening on it later than everybody else.
Yeah.
But it's somehow sort of okay just because of the way the piece is kind of just sort of set up. I mean, how you're going to interact, you're always a little bit behind anyway. I mean, maybe that piece is a good example because basically the whole thing is about responding to the piano. So if I responded a little bit later than everybody else, coding is slower than latency. So, I think maybe there's a catchphrase if you want one.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. It seems like there are very interesting thoughts raised. Probably afterwards you're going to have some connections with the other presenters, some people. Jaime is saying he would love to use the system. So, well, maybe someday we can share music and, to be in the mood, a real beer. We got really, really good beer here in Valdivia. So hopefully in the future we can meet here. Okay, guys, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
It's an amazing paper. And let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go with the next one, which is precisely Jaime Lobato from Mexico. So thank you. Jaime, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días. Listo.
Muchas gracias por estar acá. Solamente decir una cosa, la conferencia es absolutamente libre en términos del idioma, podemos usar inglés o castellano y vamos traduciendo cuando sea necesario en las preguntas y todo. So, the conference is open to be in Spanish or English, and that's it. So we can do translations for the questions and things, comments, if it's needed. That's it. Please, Jaime, go ahead. Adelante, Jaime. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Hello, good morning or good afternoon, depending on your time zone. My name is Jaime Lobato, and I'm going to make a short presentation about my work, Alchemical Gardens, an implementation of a neural network in a chemical computer and its use as tool for live coding. So, chemical computers are part of the field of unconventional computing in general, are and the biological substrate in particular. But what does that mean? Unconventional computers are computers that are used nowadays that doesn't work with the architecture von Neumann or architecture Princeton. And as well, they don't work with electricity in general, but with DNA, bacteria, slime molds, or chemical reaction in this case. In this case, this model works with a chemical reaction known as a Belousov-Jabotinsky reaction. This reaction is a system of several chemical reactions with thousands of steps in between. The process in general is the oxidation of the malonic acid by a bromate that produces carbonic dioxide. Once the reaction go forward slowly to the equilibrium, the concentration of the different reactives oscillates while the concentrations of products move monotonally to the equilibrium. This reaction that we can see now in the screen was discovered by Boris Pavlovich Belousov in 1950s, and he found this reaction while we were trying to find a physical model to describe the Krebs cycle. How do these computers work? Well, the geometries produced by this chemical reaction make an interaction with the geometries of the chips where they are producing the signal. This computing paradigm is not based on the implementation of software on a specific hardware. That is, the world and its properties are not digitalized in a binary formal representation, but matter and its emergent properties are directly computed. Therefore, the shapes in which the hardware is designed to manage the information is also the software. The geometries of the chip are in some way a geometric programming language, and the kernel of this computer can be conceptualized as the emerging patterns that are produced by the interaction of the chemical reaction and the geometries of the chip. This programming language can be considered an object-oriented programming language with a prototype-based approach, also called classes or instance-based approach. The notion of object is based on stationary nodes of a Bayesian network with attractive capabilities that can be placed differently to obtain different topologies. This proposal is based on the creation of small geometric units that we will call primitives that we can see now in the screen. These were designed thinking in the easiness of information flow through their geometries in mind. The design of the chips responds to three important factors. The first is different types of width in the communication channel between the circuits. The second is the connectivity between each of the nodes. And the third one is the number of obstacles it finds the expansion front of the wave and the critical size it has to have to interrupt its continuous formation. This first group of chips can be placed between abstract machines for parallel programming and abstract machines for specific purposes, group theory and Boolean algebra. The chip used for this work can be conceptualized as a network because of the technique of extraction and analysis of data. It was used a technique called computer vision and the analysis of the color, lengthening the Euclidean distance between the color red and the color of oxidation, purple. As you can see in the screen, we were measuring two different types of points in the video. One is a single point that can give us a continuous flux of data, an oscillator. You can see the change of the color of each point in the squares in the video. The other one is a zone average that can trigger some events. You can see it in the video because it generates a purple circle around the neuron. In a more colloquial way, we could say that the term computer in this project applies to the interaction of the expansion fronts of the oxidation of the reaction with the geometries designed in the chips. We also could obtain this flux of numbers implementing the system of equations nonlinear that are described this oscillator known as brusellator inside of, for example, a pattern object in supercollider, for example, a p brusellator. And its arguments would be the topologic description of the geometries of the chip. But seeing the process in the chemical chip itself can help us to understand the relationship in between all the parts of the system of the equations, and as well we can see the direction of the vectors of this system of equations in time. The first application of this system were premiered at the International Conference of Live Coding in Morelia in the work known as Jazz Codes for Jazz Trio and Live Coder. In this work, the live coder worked as a DJ, but not like a disc jockey, but a data jockey, using the flow of data connected to different approximations and different synthesizers that process the jazz trio in real time. We are going to hear now a little fragment of the work. And well, thanks for listening. I think we can go deeper in the questions and answer part.
Ok. Muchas gracias, Jaime. Muy interesante el trabajo. Tuvimos la suerte de leer un poquito sobre él, pero realmente tiene muchas implicancias. Thank you, Jaime. Very interesting paper, and we had the chance to read a bit about it, but to hear more about your project is quite interesting. This combination of, I will, maybe we can say two words, this chemical stuff, with fluids and things, and the other type of computation. Can we say that this is sort of two types of computation? Isn't it? Maybe is an obvious statement.
Yes, well, they consider this another kind, another way of manipulating information. No, sometimes with this, the physicality and the geometry itself of the electronic computer that has this von Neumann architecture can pose some limitants to the computational problems, as they know it as the NP problems. So there has been demonstrated by another kind of computers, like the slime mold computers. They can solve, not faster. In general, it's not about time. It's not about the computational problem, but the way you are like making this work with the information itself. So those are like a specific purpose computer. So for some problems, these computers are going to work better than the electronic general purpose computer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a bit like the trend that is combining digital computing with analog computing.
Yes, yes,
This a way to address the problems in a different way. So,
yes.
well, may I say, unfortunately, we still have some problems with the switching and the streaming platform. So I'm asking to the other presenters here if they have any comments or questions. Please do it through the chat by text. So we should be able to share, camera and microphone, but not at the moment. So let's see if we got any questions over here or comments by the fellow presenters. Let's see. I'm going to check if we got any questions on the social networks. It seems like no, but everybody's saying thank you. Are there any documentation of the chemical reactions? Is one question. And somebody from Top Lab Barcelona and same people said it will be nice to have the opportunity to read the document. Okay, you're going to have the chance to read it when we get the proceedings of this conference. But can you say something about these chemical reactions, if there is any documentation, Jaime, please.
Yes, I just wrote a thesis about addressed for non-chemical, no, not chemical engineers. So if they contact me, I can pass you the exact amount. I mean, all the experiments and how to do it and how to make it again are written in this thesis. What are the chemical reactives, in which amount, and what they are doing, like in the interacting them. So if you contact me, I can share you the exact formula to reply to replicate this experiment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jaime. I don't know if there is another maybe question or comment. Probably we're going to have a progressive icebreaker in stage. Georgios is asking, can the geometries dynamically change?
Well, they can. In this first experiments, they are not, because they are making with this solid polycarbonate chips. But there is this part about the geometries that the chemical reaction makes. They are changing in time, so it's the same as if the chip would be changing. There is this collision computers model that is as well part of this experiment. So if you look for this model, you can understand how this the topologies of the chips are actually changing. It's not only the polycarbonate, but as well the expansion fronts of oxidation that are changing, and this is part of the geometry of the chip itself.
Okay. Wow, this is a very, very, interesting stuff. Let's see if we can go deeper in reading your text when we get it, in the proceedings. Thanks once again,
Thank you
Jaime.
very much.
Muchas, muchas gracias. Ahora vamos a pasar al siguiente paper. So we are going to move with the next presentation. So thanks once more.
Gracias, abrazos hasta Chile.
Un abrazo grande. Okay. I'm going to share the next presentation, which is by Alex McLean.
This is what it looked like early on in its life, and then it had a strange turn, more like this. Each time I've rewritten it, I've gained more insights into what it is, made really core changes to its inner representation, which will allow new things. And Hello, my name's Alex. I hope you're well. So I'm going to be talking about tidal cycles and what it could have been on a different historical timeline. So tidal has been rewritten quite a few times over its life. It's about 13 years old now, so it's a teenager. This is what it looked like early on in its life. And then it had a strange turn, and now it looks a bit more like this. Each time I've rewritten it, I've gained a lot of insights into what it is, made really core changes to its inner representation, which have allowed new things to be possible. But this particular rewrite was inspired by a conversation during one of the on-the-fly research groups, Cantinas, online discussion groups that have been going on the last year or so. I was very happy to join one where Matteo Tonatiu told a little story about how one of his generative music systems he made and used, he lost the source code for it. So he rewrote it, but then found that it was completely different when he came to run it. So it's interesting that just by rewriting something from scratch, you can end up with something new. So I decided to do this for Tidal over a 2-hour live stream. So with some people watching, this was completely driven by curiosity, but through that process, there were emerging aims. So this is similar to the development of Tidal in general. I think it's not driven by particular goals, but really driven by curiosity. But then the aims sort of emerge through the process of writing it. I had 2 rules to start from scratch. Remaking as much of the Tidal core as possible. So the aim again wasn't to create something useful, but just to really make something, just work on the innards and try and make the kind of core representation of what Tidal is from scratch, but without looking at the existing code base. That was the second rule. Just like so I talked while I was doing this, and while people were watching and making comments and asking questions on the live stream. This is similar to the Think Aloud protocol, or TAP as it's known in the human computer interaction community. So this is where you talk while doing something, carrying out some task, in order to sort of expose some trace of your thought process. So you could say that by doing this on the live stream, I was sort of sharing the thought process of making Tidal. So it's kind of compressing a 13-year development process into 2 hours. I managed to get pretty far during the 2 hours. You can see what I made here, and also see that I've done some work since. The actual process looked like this. So you can watch the replay if you want. So just well, it's probably not interesting to watch too much of it right now, but I think it's interesting that I did actually manage to talk for 2 hours quite comfortably. It felt like a nice social thing to share and to interact with people while I was working. I normally think about coding as being quite a private process, but here it felt really nice, and I managed to achieve a lot in those 2 hours. So yeah. So one thing that was really nice about this was that I managed to come up with a representation of pattern that was much more succinct than in the mainline Tidal code base. So for example, the applicative functor, which is what allows you to combine patterns together with these operators in Tidal. So even if there's two patterns with very different structures, you can still just combine them together through some magic. And this is what the code for that looks like in mainline Tidal, quite a long, and this is what it looked like in the remake. So much shorter, much clearer, still with all the same functionality, maybe with less bugs just because it's shorter and clearer. And same with the monad. So this is what allows you to do something like speed up a pattern with the fast function, but then pattern the amount in which you're speeding up by. So this is like combining one pattern, which is the parameter to a function, with another pattern. And this is what that looks like in Tidal, mainline Tidal, and this is what it looks like in the rewrite. So again, much shorter, much clearer, just because through the process of writing it, I was able to gain insights into what Tidal is, what the nature of combining patterns is, and just write it much clearer. And also, the definition of bind actually looks quite similar to the definition of applicative, which is really nice and pleasing. Another good thing about this process is it opens up new directions. So in the process of representing patterns, I also put some work into representing sequences. So this allows me to really embed patterns in sequences and also embed sequences in patterns. What this means in terms of the user interface to Tidal is that it's possible to embed functions inside the mini notation, as well as vice versa. So in the future, this isn't possible right now, but I'm sort of imagining a version of Tidal which is its own language. It escapes Haskell syntax and allows you to embed functions inside what we think of now as the mini notation, and vice versa. So this is really flexible. And the interesting thing is that when I'm teaching Tidal in workshops, this is the kind of code that beginners write and then are disappointed that it doesn't work. But then this fictional new version of Tidal could allow this to be possible. This is one of the reasons why I really enjoy running workshops, is because you do get to access the beginner's mind through the people who are participating, which means you can see what Tidal could be if it was free from its constraints. Once you sort of embedded in those constraints of what Tidal is, then you can't see the possibilities anymore. So another good thing about this is that this simplified definition of pattern and applicative and monad in Tidal means that it's much easier to explain to people, so that other people find it easier to get involved and develop Tidal, hopefully, but also makes it easier to port to other languages. So I thought it'd be fun to try to port this code to Python, which is one of the more popular languages in the world right now. This is the definition of applicative, and this is the definition of monad. So that was the code you saw earlier, just ported to Python. I won't go into the details now, but I was surprised at how easy it was possible, actually. I kind of think of Haskell and Python as very different, but actually there don't seem to be many problems in porting this. So already this is actually making sound. So thanks to the support and collaboration of these great people, Sylvain, Damien, and Raphael. So this is an example of Tidal running in Pattern. So this is free open source software, as in free puppies rather than free beer or freedom. So just like puppies, be careful if you want to try and run this, but it is possible, and you can get involved over here. So what's next? So as I say, I want to formalize the mini notation into a more flexible representation of sequences. I think this is something which has always been at the back of my mind, and by rewriting Tidal, I think it allows that to be built into the structure of Tidal itself, which is quite exciting. But I also want to apply Tidal to new domains beyond music, so why not make a version of Tidal that works on two-dimensional space rather than one-dimensional time. That's a bit strange because Tidal represents time as a function. But I think it should be possible to have that function work on 2D space instead. This, I think, will integrate ideas from Bytebeat and Tixieland. So I don't know if you know Bytebeat, but it is similar to Tidal in some ways, I realized recently, in that it is all about a function of time. Bytebeat is usually used for music. Tixieland is similar, but works on two-dimensional space to make visuals, so over time as well, so I suppose three-dimensional. So this feeds back to this thought. I've always wanted to have time to make new experimental editors, and with my new research fellowship at Then Try This, I have the opportunity and the time to do that, so that's going to be a big one over the next few years. But I'd also like to explore additional experimental ports like JavaScript and PureScript, and been talking to David Ogborn about how that could fit with Estuary and his mini Tidal project, turning that into a more maxi Tidal project for Tidal in the browser. So that's about it. I've wanted to make this quite a short presentation so that we leave plenty of time for questions. Follow those links for more, and if you want to support more Tidal features, then you can support the Open Collective organization, which is funding all kinds of things around Tidal, and not me anymore because I've got my own project, so that's good. Yeah, any questions would be much appreciated.
Okay, we're back again, and thanks a lot, Alex. This is very, very interesting. Again, all the papers have been in the same, line, but what it happens to me is very personal because Tidal is one of my preferred platforms to play and do things, with live coding, and it seems like really is going to a new direction, or at least, moving forward from the root development. So. Sorry. And so the first point for me, just as a kickstarter of the discussion, is if we got this easy way to access Tidal, I see a great potential in educational terms. I'm very interested in move these platforms and things to kind of introduction for kids, especially children. So that is a really interesting point. But at the same time, we got this other stuff, which is combining things in a new way. I'm very interested in want to get the grab my hands on with this new form to get these conditional terms within the pattern of sounds, and it's a totally new thing. So, and the other thing is finally, I don't want to monopolize the talk, but is the how you come to the idea with the make public your rewriting of the software. Where it comes from? I know you are very connected with communities and all the stuff, but at what point these ideas start?
So the first point, on making Tidal more accessible. Obviously, it's been a very long-term aim. It's always really sad when I give workshops to kids and then feel like I can't really say, hey, you can go to this website and install it yourself. Yeah, lots of people struggle with it. We've had a Google Summer of Code project with Martin, which has moved us towards making a binary installation of the mainline title. So hopefully the next version will be easier to install. But yeah, sure, Python version would also be easy, and it's already packaged up.
Good.
So yeah, agree. So the second point, so I'm pretty tired at the moment. I can't remember the second point now. Oh yeah, on the yes, so that was really a kind of design fiction, but not completely fictional. I think it's possible to mix in the mini notation and the rest of it. That was just like an impression of what it could look like. And with these things, I don't want to design it too much. I just want to sort of put in the structures and see what emerges. So let's see what happens. But yeah, I can't wait to play with that kind of stuff as well. And the third point I didn't quite understand, actually. Could you sort of explain it again about ideas and where they come from or something like that?
Yeah. Well, it's just more kind of a personal thing. When you start with this idea of when you rewrite all the code, but that process was public. People can watch it in this series of videos, and that is very. I don't know. I never thought in something like that. It's very open access, but in terms of, I would say it's the ethos, to open. When you start to think about it, or how.
Yeah, I was surprised actually at how nice it felt, because I found like in the past I've tried to do similar things with composing music, sort of making a stream for that, and actually found it really distracting and harder to actually make anything. With this, I guess I knew pretty much what I was going to do. I had sort of quite clear aims, and I wanted to use the opportunity to really explain the structures of Tidal while I made them, and share it. And yeah, it was just nice sort of getting the questions and feeling involved. But then I carried on afterwards. So those 2 hours were public, but the rest was less public, although obviously I'll put it all straight on GitHub. So yeah, I'm slightly ambivalent about this idea of sharing your creative process openly, because sometimes it can feel like a big distraction. Sometimes it could be nice to sort of protect an idea until it's fully formed and ready to be shared. But I guess with this, the ideas were already there in the existing code base, and it was more about sort of sharing the process of reenacting making it. Although it ended up a bit different anyway. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I will pass some questions that we got in the chat. Firstly, J. Simon van der Walt is asking, is Super Collider SuperDirt still going to be the audio engine for Vortex?
Yeah, it is at the moment. So the current prototype communicates with SuperDirt and uses that to make all its sound. Like the existing Tidal, it's just sending OSC messages. So anything else could be on the other side of that. But yeah, SuperDirt's great. I'm not planning on moving away from it myself.
Okay. Alexandra Cardenas is asking, does it mean leaving Haskell behind, or how can Haskell inspire all the other software?
Yeah, it's a nice one. I think Haskell is really good for sort of scaffolding of ideas, because it's so structured. Its type system really supports your thinking and really forces you to clarify exactly
functional.
Oh, just realised my camera's switched off. 1 sec.
All right.
I'll switch to a different camera maybe, or I think I should be in. Yeah, maybe you can see my chin now.
Okay.
Yeah, so Haskell is great for scaffolding, and I really like it, exploring ideas with it. But I really don't like the difficulty of installing stuff with it. It's and it's just got worse and worse. It doesn't seem to be going in the right direction. So, but then, yeah, it depends if we manage to actually get this binary distribution working.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice taking ideas from one language, moving it to another, and seeing what the affordances are of the different languages. And I'm not sort of tied to any one language. And now I've got a bit of time. I'm just interested in exploring these different things. But I think tidal laws existing in Haskell, but it might bifurcate into different environments. I'm not really sure what's going to happen is the answer.
Okay. Well, I think we got a few, maybe a couple of minutes to one more question, which is from Top Lab Barcelona. They are asking, do you have any idea of how the expansion increases the complexity, cognitively speaking, of playing?
No, not really. I think that will be really interesting because moving. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by expansion, whether you mean like the proposed idea of this different thing where the mini notation mixes with the functions, or the Python version. But I think in both cases, I haven't used them, and so I don't know. That's an open question, and it'd be really interesting to find out. I think it's quite fun actually making these systems without knowing what they'll actually be like to use, and sort of having this delayed gratification where eventually you find out what this thing is that you've made. My feeling is that with the Python thing, it will feel very different. It will have different affordances. Maybe there'll be more to type, and there'll be less strictness about what you do. But it's hard to know how that'll actually change how it feels. With the weird thing with mini notation entering the same realm of the functions. Again, I don't know whether that'll make it feel simpler or more complex. With the Python thing, it's actually working. I haven't really done any live coding with it. Moonshaker Damien made the editor and REPL for that. So he's sort of the first person who's actually live coded with it. Maybe he'd have more feedback because he's actually done it. So yeah, but I guess my answer is I don't know, and I think it's quite interesting and quite nice that I don't know what it'll actually feel like.
Okay. Well, it seems like maybe we need another trend to chats or whatever. There is a lot of philosophical, aesthetic implications that we can discuss, and I like that. I like that because all this kind of live coding stuff is an open tool to do whatever you want. You can do techno music or experimental noise, whatever you want. See, and that implication is very interesting. Well, thanks once more, Alex, for your presentation. It's very fresh, and let's see. We're looking forward for your progress. And now we're going to move to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and everyone in Chile for this amazing event. Looking forward to the rest of it.
Thank you to you as well. Okay, now we are going to move with the next presentation, which is computación creativa, repensar las configuraciones humano-algoritmo, de Renzo Filinich. This presentation is in Spanish, so probably then we can discuss some things and translate the main ideas to discuss. Okay, let's move.
En relación Buenos días, mi nombre es Renzo Filinich, soy estudiante de doctorado de la Universidad del Paraíso, doctorado en estudios interdisciplinarios, y lo que les voy a presentar en esta conversación es unos aspectos formales respecto a la noción de computación, creatividad, y cómo repensar justamente las nuevas configuraciones entre humanos y algoritmos el día de hoy, justamente con las nuevas herramientas tecnológicas que estamos atravesando para la creación y el desarrollo creativo de las artes. Bien. Bueno, los objetivos de esta charla son, en primer lugar, determinar en qué medida las nuevas tecnologías son capaces de generar nuevos procesos de individuación relacional y explorar cómo surgen estas operaciones cuando dos sistemas abiertos, una máquina y un ser humano, en el mismo entorno comienzan un intercambio de información. Bueno, aquí tengamos claro tres nociones que acabo de mencionar, que es precisamente individuación, operaciones e intercambio de información, que voy a más adelante a definir cada una de ellas. Y segundo, cómo se integran las relaciones emergentes y la información emergente, orientándose su respectivo proceso de individuación, por lo que normalmente llamamos una acción creativa. La noción de creatividad relacional se observa de la siguiente forma. Un agente en relación con otros agentes, entendamos agentes, tanto agentes humanos como agentes algorítmicos, se considera creativo si es capaz de integrar en su funcionamiento nuevos estímulos, previamente imprevistos, provenientes de otros agentes o medio ambiente, o medio social, y relacionarlos de forma unificada y coherente con otros estímulos del mismo tipo, mediante su propia reacción no del todo determinada. No obstante, esta respuesta debe ser coherente con su historial de reaccionar y resonar tanto internamente como con los objetos o agentes circundantes. Bien, dicho esto, surge una primera pregunta a la hora de agentes no humanos. Nos preguntamos, ¿qué es computación y qué entendemos por computar hoy en día? Bueno, desde el momento que fue creado, obviamente, en el siglo pasado, en los años 40, hasta el día de hoy, la evolución de lo que es computar y por qué justamente la computación hoy en día se desarrolla de tal manera que es parte inherente en todos los desarrollos laborales, artísticos. Bueno, computar ocurre cuando la mente humana realiza una acción mental de acuerdo con una regla. Las palabras anteriores, que no son las palabras exactas de Turing, no significan que la gente sepa que está siguiendo una regla. Por lo tanto, la gente no sabe cuál es esa regla. Entendamos que computar no necesariamente está ligado a la máquina o al algoritmo, sino también es una condición inherente en los seres humanos. Después de todo, la gramática humana también se rige por reglas, aunque no todos los niños e incluso adultos pueden formular las reglas gramaticales que emplean. No obstante, casi todo el mundo sigue reglas. Esto es similar tanto a la noción de conocimiento tácito en la filosofía. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Conocimiento que interviene en la producción de conductas y o a la constitución de actividades, de estados mentales, pero que normalmente no es accesible a la conciencia, ¿no? Manejar bicicleta, tocar un instrumento sin necesidad de ver lo que estás tocando. Como la teoría de la gramática universal innata de Noam Chomsky, que es la gramática universal, que es el conjunto, Noam Chomsky nos dice que es el conjunto de principios, reglas y condiciones que comparten todas las lenguas. Chomsky, en este sentido, propuso explicar el proceso de adquisición y uso de la lengua, según esta teoría, donde todos los seres humanos adquieren de forma natural una lengua cualquiera porque disponen de una gramática universal, es decir, una condición a priori, histórica y evolutiva. Entonces, en ese sentido, se dijo que la computabilidad es que la mente sigue una regla. Bueno, Turing creía que este suele ser el caso. La máquina universal, su planteamiento de la máquina universal, papel, lápiz de una persona, siguiendo unas reglas, llega a un producto final, por ende, puedo desarrollar este proceso de calculabilidad computacional y lo llevo nuevamente posterior al desarrollo de las computadoras que conocemos hoy en día, ¿no? Dicho esto, ¿qué entendemos entonces en ese sentido por creatividad relacional? ¿Cómo se genera una relación creativa con justamente los elementos que vemos en la imagen, ¿no? Que son la cultura, la información, individuos, los campos sociales, lo cosmológico, ¿no? Luhmann nos dice, tomando el tema de los sistemas sociales, siempre que se establezca una relación comunicativa autopoética que limite su comunicación y se diferencia así de un medio ambiente, por lo tanto, los sistemas sociales no están conformados por seres humanos ni por acciones, sino por comunicaciones. Entendamos comunicaciones por sistema de lenguajes, signos, códigos, etc. Entonces, en ese sentido, los objetivos de esta charla, o lo que estoy diciendo hoy en día, ahora en este momento, en primer lugar es explorar cómo surgen justamente, como mencioné anteriormente, las diferencias entre dos sistemas abiertos en este sentido, que es la máquina al ser humano, en un intercambio de información, de códigos, de lenguajes, cómo a través de este intercambio de información, códigos y lenguajes, se produce una creatividad relacional. Relacional en el sentido de operaciones. Operaciones que llevan a unas reglas a seguir y que ciertas reglas nos llevan a un resultado, pero este resultado luego es transmitido, ¿no? Es un cambio informacional que luego es transmitido a los usuarios, a los oyentes, etcétera, en un entorno cualquiera, y es recepcionado en este intercambio de información, pero recepcionado de otra manera, en la cual también intervienen otros símbolos y códigos en toda esta cadena de procesos, ¿no? Bien, dicho esto, debemos decir entonces en este sentido que esta respuesta de este intercambio debe ser coherente con su historial de reacciones y resonar tanto internamente como con los objetos o agentes circundantes, como dije previamente, ¿no? Teniendo claro aquello que es información, lo que es computación, que es el aspecto creativo, cognitivo, en este sentido, tanto para el que crea como para el que recepciona, podemos mencionar que, bueno, no es relevante la distinción entre información, computación, conexionismo, neurociencia computacional, etcétera, qué es lo que tienen en común. Creo que es algo que ya ha sido debatido y está en discusión, pero aún se mantiene un poco este debate en respecto a cómo entender lo humano como algo computable o fuera de lo computable. Por lo tanto, los propósitos de esta presentación se alude a que la información, la cognición y la computación, o la ciencia computacional, pueden considerarse todos juntos, ¿no? En concreto, podemos referirnos a que los debates sobre el papel del procesamiento de la información, la computación y las redes neuronales deberían desempeñar una teoría de cognición completa, que hasta el día de hoy no se hace. Para ello es relevante indicar que en los últimos años algunos científicos cognitivos han intentado sortear los debates fundamentales al abogar por un pluralismo de perspectiva, que según este tipo de pluralismos, es una cuestión de perspectiva si el cerebro computa, procesa información, o es un sistema clásico o un sistema conexionista. Bueno, estas son diferentes perspectivas que sirven para diferentes propósitos, y todos los propósitos en cierta forma son legítimos, ¿no? Por lo tanto, todos los lados de los debates fundacionales se pueden retener si están debidamente, obviamente, calificados y probados. Bueno, pero hay algo importante aquí respecto a estos debates sobre este pluralismo, también sobre estas discusiones respecto a la información, la computación, la condición de los humanos, ¿no? Los debates fundacionales no son meramente empíricos, en primer lugar, y no pueden resolverse únicamente mediante la recopilación de datos, porque dependen también de cómo interpretamos los conceptos, estos conceptos relevantes, ¿no? Por lo tanto, la forma de avanzar no es aceptar todas estas opiniones a la vez, sino proporcionar justamente un marco conceptual claro y adecuado que permanezca neutral entre las diferentes teorías. Una vez que dicho marco está en su lugar, las explicaciones competitivas pueden traducirse a un idioma compartido y evaluarse posterior en bases empíricas. Bien. Llegamos a un punto que es relevante y que se dio mucho en el debate filosófico y que hasta el día de hoy también se discute, que es justamente la diferencia entre máquinas y organismos. La separación entre una máquina y un organismo, esta oposición, hoy en día está totalmente fundamentada en que no existe. Existen muchos teóricos como Bernard Stiegler, en el cual fundamenta justamente que la noción de organismo, tanto en organismo, organicidad, organización, también se da en los algoritmos y en todo lo que tenga que ver con unas máquinas digitales hoy en día, ¿no? Bien, este es un texto que el 47 de George Canguilhem, bueno, precisamente en aquel tiempo discutía un poco esta oposición entre la máquina y el organismo y nos decía que no hay una oposición entre mecanismo y finalidad como tal, ¿no? Entender también un poco el tema de la finalidad del ser humano en ese sentido, ¿no? Mencioné a Stiegler, y por otro lado, bueno, Stiegler sostiene también que debemos ver la diferencia, o diference, tomándolo de Derrida como una historia de vida, una genealogía, como un proceso en el que las épocas y edades de las diferencias importan, y por lo tanto debemos prestar atención a las especificidades de esta historia. En esa historia se produce un cambio importante cuando este proceso de mantener el pasado en el presente, es decir, es de retenerlo como todo tipo de orden y memoria terciaria, comienza a operar fuera de los propios organismos vivos, ni en sus genes, ni en sus cerebros, sino en sus artefactos, ¿no? Y ahí justamente cuando se quiebra aquella oposición entre máquina y organismo, involucrando lo que Leroy Burhan llama el proceso de historización. Esto pone en marcha una nueva dinámica en el curso de la evolución, ya no natural, sino artificial, y donde la base de la selección ya no está en el nivel de la especie, sino en el nivel de lo étnico o lo idiomático, entendiendo ambos hasta que se suelvan estas especificidades de vuelta a lo global, ¿no? Entendiendo algo como justamente el nivel de lo simbólico en formas mencionadas. Esto es diferente de la diferencia biológica, y de hecho una diferencia de ella que propone los impulsores de la evolución endosomática, que es la selección natural o el instinto. De esta manera podemos decir que es una diferencia de la diferencia. Stiegler muestra que el deseo en sí mismo es algo que debemos entender organológicamente. La organología para Stiegler justamente apunta a esta condición en la cual lo inorgánico se transforma en algo organizador de lo orgánico. Más que orgánicamente, porque surge cuando evoluciona una especie exosomática cuyo comportamiento ya no puede ser instintivo, porque debe ser capaz de adherirse a los órganos desprendibles que son estas herramientas exosomáticas, como la computación. El computador, el aumento también de producir acciones creativas, sonoras, visuales, etc. Bien. Para que esta condición pueda ser llevada, existe una noción que se llama la individuación técnica, que es tomada del filósofo francés Gilbert Simondon, su tesis del año 1958. Simondon nos habla de la individuación. Nos dice, la individuación no produce solo al individuo como resultado, sino que también forma el entorno asociado. Entre entorno asociado entendamos entorno tanto vivo como no vivo. El individuo es entonces una determinada fase del ser que posee una realidad preindividual con potenciales que la individuación es incapaz de consumir. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Bueno, los potenciales preindividuales quieren decir justamente aquellas ideas que aquella energía que está en potencia para ser desarrollada antes de, previa a, ser exteriorizada. El ser está por ende en devenir y por tanto tiene la capacidad de desfasarse respecto a sí mismo y de resolver sus tensiones, entendido como el cambio de un estado a otro, es decir, su ontogénesis. Entendamos la ontogénesis también en el sentido no solo humano, sino ontogénesis entre la relación humano-máquina, algoritmo. Bueno, dicho esto, ¿de qué manera surge el campo estético en este tipo de ontogénesis, en este tipo de relaciones de desfases constitutivas entre humanos, máquinas, medios sociales? Simondon caracterizó la estética como un campo de reticulación, que unifica y produce relaciones recíprocas entre elementos que de otro modo serían dispares del mundo de la vida humana. Pero, cuando confrontamos la descripción de Simondon de los patrones generales de su individuación, desde los cristales hasta la biología, las formaciones tecnológicas y las entidades psicosociales, con la concepción de Bernard Stiegler de la exteriorización mnemónica o organología, como mencioné antes, se hace posible generalizar en gran medida la estética o la creatividad como un proceso para el dominio también humano. Lo que el filósofo Alexander Wilson llama exteriorización general, que involucra dos factores complementarios. El primero es la intersección como estética y la superación como prótesis. Este suplemento y prótesis, nociones características de la filosofía de la mnemotecnia en Simondon y Stiegler, son en la realidad también típicas de todos los sistemas vivos. Tomando precisamente aquel mundo circundante en el cual los individuos biológicos se desenvuelven de manera técnica para poder también sobrevivir. Tomando esta operación, ¿no?, podemos hablar de lo que propone Hull, que justamente para repensar el proyecto de superación de esta modernidad, pensar la asociación entre máquina, humanos, naturaleza, debemos deshacer y rehacer las traducciones de Termé, por un lado, physis, naturaleza y metafísica. No como conceptos meramente independientes, sino también como conceptos dentro de sistemas. Solo reconociendo esta diferencia podemos llegar a la posibilidad de una tarea común con otras entidades no humanas. Entendamos también sistemas, no solo sistemas vivos, sino sistemas no humanos. Sistemas organológicos, tomando el término de Bernard Stiegler. Y tomando la organología, ¿qué te quiero mencionar justamente de Stiegler en este punto? En ese sentido, el enfoque de organología general de Bernard Stiegler se debe entender como el origen de una configuración, que nos permite comprender la condependencia entre ser humano, máquina y su política. Precisamente desde el uso de materiales basados en un enfoque organológico, como plantea Stiegler, podemos observar de qué manera dialogan, uniendo y ampliando nuestro curso identitario con el medio. Para el caso de esta presentación, son analizados ocupando dos tipos de entornos, que son interior, exterior y técnico. Y estos son mutuamente difractantes, lo que significa que nunca hay medio, sino solo medios. A través de la producción justamente de órganos técnicos, somáticos, y de la producción de aquellos específicamente relacionados con la memoria, el proceso creativo, que es la exognésica. Y es en esta relación con la interacción corporal humana, entregando una estética transfigurada de la representación de una entidad que justamente se realiza y trasciende y se pone en escena como una realidad distinta, ¿no? Un ejemplo justamente la figura de un live coder frente a un computador, generando en tiempo real sonidos y los oyentes. Bien. ¿Cómo llevamos en ese proceso justamente a tener un individuo frente a un computador generando código en tiempo real? ¿Cómo se genera justamente esta coordinación con relación con el objeto técnico y el proceso transductivo entendido justamente un proceso en el cual hay un intercambio de energías no solo humanas, sino también energías de parte de la máquina, entendiendo la energía como una señal y también entendiendo la energía como el código se traduce a sonido. En el proceso de creatividad, entonces, en ese aspecto, con los objetos técnicos, entendiendo objetos técnicos como un objeto que responde, que tiene una respuesta a cualquier tipo de estímulo, es un proceso de sentir, creación y devenir, como dije. Así, observando nuestra condición tecnológica actual, la relación entre lo orgánico y lo organológico, es lo que Simondon llama transductivo. Es entonces cuando podemos considerar que el proceso en agentes artificiales, lo orgánico, se constituye originalmente en su propia organicidad, por lo organológico, y viceversa. Lo organológico está intrínsecamente constituido por la forma orgánica de la vida técnica. En otras palabras, es esta relación entre sistemas naturales y sistemas artificiales. No se puede pensar lo orgánico sin lo organológico. Dicho esto, estoy negando que existen diferencias significativas entre seres vivos y no vivos. De hecho, todas estas diferencias en la interacción mutua está más allá del alcance de esta presentación. Es por ello que aquí, en esta presentación, en primer lugar, se explora cómo surgen estas diferencias. Bueno, precisamente mencioné anteriormente los sistemas abiertos, la máquina y el sistema natural humano, precisamente generan este intercambio de información. Y segundo, cómo justamente se integran las relaciones emergentes y la información emergente, dando así precisamente un proceso de individuación a través de lo que realmente llamamos una acción, un proceso creativo. En consecuencia, la teoría del arte y los nuevos medios, como propone Dan Muster, propone centrarse en la transmatividad como materia en movimiento, materia como relaciones, materia como fuerzas, materia como energía, para entender la modulación tecnológica del tiempo como el propio del tiempo, el tiempo que conlleva posibilidades de modulaciones que son tanto estéticas y políticas, y ofrecer nuevas posibilidades para la observación material de las señales producidas por las máquinas. Refiriéndose al Valdivia Chile, Muster esboza la transmatibilidad como un proceso metastable que procede de forma ontogénica a una individuación material dada. Denota el potencial de convertirse en un material individualizado como resultado de la diferenciación que transforma esa potencialidad en la dirección de una estructuración. Y además nos dice, las relaciones transmateriales entonces son tanto las metaestables virtuales de pura diferencia como las procesuales actualizantes de un ensamblaje de materialidad singular. En otras palabras, al situar las energías señaléticas como una relación ontológica a partir de la cual se actualizan en estos procesos de individuación, o las confusiones maquínicas como el problema de los regímenes semióticos significativos que se presentan solo con una fase particular de las modulaciones materiales energéticas, cuestionando justamente qué otras fases conlleva virtualmente a la modulación que se necesita para su actualización en un contexto de proceso. Bien, bueno, esto es un ejemplo de una máquina con una sensación de un algoritmo que puede interactuar, ¿no? Cualquier tipo de usuario frente a sensores, una máquina que genera su propio entorno, como mencioné, se individualiza, se generan también procesos de metaestabilidad entre la máquina y su medio asociado externo, ¿no? Como de alguna manera también estos medios asociados llevan también a que los individuos, pues precisamente también generen esa metaestabilidad entre la máquina y el usuario para tener justo este intercambio de información, pero a la vez también de sensaciones y procesos creativos entre ambos, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, estas realidades también son subjetivas y objetivas entre afecto y afección, ¿no? Que suceden entre mutuos. Intercambio de informaciones. Bueno, a modo de conclusión, mencionar que un horizonte del arte en el siglo XXI es reconocer que existen características comunes que nos permiten hablar sobre procesos y relaciones creativas humanas y no humanas, y darnos cuenta de que la creatividad relacional es una actividad heterogénea y generalizada. Relacionar la creatividad con la individuación o las formas de ser y las estrategias o amplificaciones colectivas de resolución de problemas deja mucho más claro el papel esperado de las tecnologías en la producción de resiliencia o en la ayuda a afrontar las formas emergentes de ser como otros. Las máquinas son parte de la evolución, llamamos claro eso. El descubrimiento de las estrategias innovadoras de resolución de problemas pueden ser así fuente de inspiración, comprensión, disfrute estético, otra transformación y definición de nuestros propios intereses y propuestas. Es así que debemos preguntarnos, ¿cuál es la relación entre el arte y la tecnología hoy? Para los griegos, como mencioné, bueno, como voy a mencionar ahora, anteriormente significaba tecné, significa tanto artes como técnica. En ese sentido, su origen tiene la función de revelar al ser de su autoocultamiento, para permitir que el Dasein humano, tomando de Heidegger, lo experimente. Por otro lado, hoy en día la discusión sobre arte y tecnología se han vuelto cada vez más comunes. Pero, ¿qué significa el I aquí, ¿no? ¿Qué es el I el día de hoy entre arte y tecnología? Pensarlo aquí significa obviamente proporcionar una nueva lectura que tiene un poder transformador y nos permite reflexionar sobre nuestra situación actual e ir más allá para imaginar aperturas radicales, apertura en sistema de sistemas, ¿no? Usando la apertura también en tema de intercambio de información. En este sentido, resulta menester centrarnos en el cuestionamiento del papel del arte, en vista de la limitación del orgánico y la evolución de la inteligencia de la máquina el día de hoy. Muchas gracias.
Ok, ¿me escuchas, Renzo?
Te escucho, Alejandra. ¿Tú me escuchas a mí?
Te escucho muy bien. Bueno, primero en castellano.
Ok, yes, sure, of course.
Simplemente, muchas gracias, Renzo, por esta presentación y por el interés de presentar en esta conferencia que hemos armado y que hemos tratado de hacer la continuidad con todo lo que se ha hecho antes. Eso, así que estamos muy contentos de tener tu presentación, que por supuesto abre una plétora de ideas y de líneas que se enfocan, por supuesto, en algunos puntos esenciales, ¿no? Pero que tiene todas estas cosas filosóficas que van circundando y expandiendo ideas. Voy a plantear si podemos discutir un poquito en inglés.
Of course, no problem.
So now we switch to English to discuss some ideas. I think the core, you know, and the core thoughts and ideas you are addressing were already presented. So probably I will ask you to give us, if it's possible. I know this is very complicated, but probably try to state the core ideas, maybe the main notes.
Okay, yes, I understand you. Yes, the main core is all, of course, the metaphysical aspect of the human beings today. How informational systems since the 40s in the last century, cybernetic aspects, change our metaphysical aspect to understand our environment and our cognitive aspects too. And this is translated in the creative aspect too, with interchange of information, because all that we understand today, our relation is informational. And the informational aspect is a key today for understanding our relation with the machines. If we are working with machines in the aspect of creativity or any aspect of the life, everybody works with machines today. So this interchange of informations that is aspect of our metaphysical aspect. This is the feedback, of course, taking as a system of feedbacks. It's important to analyze and observe in how we recreate our medium that is called associate medium, as I tell in the presentation.
Okay, yes. That leads me. We're waiting for some comments and questions if they are raised to the social media. So, but I will like to just point out one thing that it resonates in me, which is that you mentioned the heterogeneity. It's always very difficult for me to say that. It's heterogeneidad, no?
Okay.
The implication of different levels, different layers, different connections.
Yes.
And I see something that you mentioned as well, which is there is a link between this heterogeneity and creativity.
Exactly.
And the way creativity, can grow or it can be, have a sort of emergence.
Yes.
From this heterogeneity of layers and things. That's one thing. And the other thing is we already got a question by Jaime. So please take this idea of heterogeneity and creativity. And Jaime is asking, in which artworks can you see this theoretical research that you are developing, or it is in your artistic work?
Yes.
So maybe he's seeking for maybe some examples
Okay.
of
Yeah,
this is
sure.
by other artists. Yeah? That's it.
Yes, of course. Well, I asked her first. I answered your first question about the unity and creativity because it's very important, relevant today, taking in account the aspect of technologies, because technologies give us one way to recreate, because technology has one way of design. The design of the technology is how we are have this agency with the technology. You know how the computer is made, it how our embodiment is going to answer to this aspect. For that reason, it was very interesting that Alice tell us that it's going to change some aspect of the software, because this is going to change how we are going to react to this new change in the software. If he made it for 2D to 1D, and this is going to change, of course. This is an example very clear how information is changed our creativity aspect. You know how the information
it's a feedback loop,
taken and come back again in our agency, in our development as a process of cognition and as a process of creativity or imagination. So and answer of course, taking in account that technology have only one industry, and this one industry is monotechnologization, is a repercussion in how we create our artistic projects too. This is something that with Jude Hui is going to work. There is a techno-diversity, cosmotechniques, because he noticed that only one way to understand technology and one way to understand this industry of technology have a big repercussion in our creativity aspects and our not only creativity but only in the development of our environment and to others, with being with others, you know, because technology is part of us. It's an exteriorization, as Stigler say, and as I say in the presentation, that is part of us, and we need to understand these affectivities with the external technologies in our individual aspect of as a human beings too. We are not only human beings; we are part of phases of beings. You know, that is one being is human, another being is technology, another being is environment. You know, this is interesting. And Simon Dong, for that reason, I take individuation. He say that we are only phases. We are not only close individuals. We are meta-stable individuals that is always in progress of recreated with all the environments. And this is important to understand in the technology, how we create open technologies, not closing technologies. And this is one aspect to take in account in the reappropriation of technology too, and the design, everything, etc., etc. And answer the question of Jaime about theoretical research development awards. Well, most of the artwork today is always developed by artificial intelligence today. So we need to take into account how we call artificial intelligence in the machines and how we understand intelligence in us as humans. For that reason, I start in the presentation and saying, what does mean computer today? What does mean computation? Is computation only by machines, or as a humans, we have part of this computation too? How is understand to how many of humans have the machines and know how of machine we have. So this is it's a change of how humanity we can understand in the machine. We're putting in that aspect too, to understand our relation with that in our artistic projects. And as I develop an artistic project in that aspect too, Jaime, with my own project too, working on this and understand machines have the capacity of calculability more than humans. We are agree on this from far now. Artificial intelligence have that, but exists aspects too, that is the intuition, and exists aspect that no calculability. And in which sense the no calculability and no computability is important in this interchange of information in the aspect of informational aspect with our creativity in the relation of informations. You know, it's a little abstract idea, but I try to understand this how many of this no calculability we put in this interchange. If you are playing in live coding, how many of information you're using, how many of no information you're using in that moment. You know, how many of your creativity process is not informational, it's outside of this. It's only intuitions in that moment. You know? How intuition you use in this, and what make this intuition created in this informational interchange to how many of this intuition to use it to. You know, what is this these repercussions in intuition, non-intuition, information, and what does that mean that for that aspect to the person who are listening in that moment, like while you are playing, where you're playing to. That is another information change. It's a symbolical, cultural aspects of the sound. Yeah. That's the faces that are trying to connect with these presentations. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Renzo, once
Very
again.
much.
And we really appreciated your presentation, and we are running out of time at the moment. I mean, we're trying to get back in schedule time, so we're going to move to the next presentation. And thanks, and espero nos vemos muy pronto. Un abrazo. Muchas
Igualmente,
gracias.
un abrazo, Valdivia. Y abrazo a ti.
So we are going to move to the next presentation now, which is an analytical framework for musical live coding systems based on gestural interactions in performance practices. That's it.
Hello, my name is Georgios Diapoulos. I am PhD student at Chalmers University of Technology and the University of Gothenburg in Gothenburg, Sweden. I will be presenting you today my study that we did with my supervisor, Palle Dahlstedt, on an analytical framework for musical live coding systems based on gestural interactions in performance practices. Let's begin with the musical activities. Now, the musical activities may be seen as a threefold as three categories of music making, which involves both music composition and music performance, music listening, which is the most widespread activity, and musical imagery. This is when a melody of a song comes to our mind. Now, all these three categories overlap to some extent. For example, when the pianist is playing, is also listening to the piano, but also imagining what would be the next musical phrase. Now, if we replace the pianist with a live coder, then we can see that the live coder is also listening to the generated music, but she is also imagining her future code evaluations. Now, in that manner, the live coder is using the generated music as a proxy to form a mental model of the running program. Now, let's begin from a high-level view of live coding music performance. Now, this can be described as a threefold of musical practice, musical agents, and music systems. Live coding practice is the only way that we can learn how to live code. There is no school for live coding yet. Musical agents can be either artificial or human agents, and this is getting particularly more complicated when, for example, we employ machine listening components into our live coding performance. There, we don't really know who is actually making the music. Is the human, is the machine, or is this new blend of human-machine musicianship? Now, here we're going to be focusing on systems, but let's dive a bit into details of the musical practice and agents and try to start about thinking on live coding music performance from the viewpoint of musical activities. Now, during music making, the performer is listening to the generated sounds, and she may appreciate the musical presets. In the context of live coding performance, this may result into structured code evaluations, which are tested and work properly. In terms of musical imagery, the coder is planning her future actions by employing both effortful and involuntary anticipatory percepts. Audition here is particularly important as it can give rise to motor execution. On this account, auditory percepts can trigger gestural unfoldings during a live coding performance, which in return may contribute to planning of abstract actions. In that manner, planning contributes to novel code evaluations. An important note here is that failure, which is particularly important in live coding, is also an act of novelty. So a novel code may result into a failure of execution and system crash, but this is also novel. Now, in the next slides, we're going to see the details of the three-dimensional framework, which represent three processes: interface design, gestural mapping, and users interaction. Now, but let's begin our analytical framework by examining the criteria, goals, and methods that we employed in this study. The first criterion examines whether the gestural interactions have any impact on the running algorithm. This criterion was motivated by Maria's Ballman performance, where she uses the typing sounds as raw sound material for her musical composition. In the article you see below, Maria suggests that a programming language can influence our typing automaticity. So, in particular, Super Collider, Maria says that influences the typing gestures that she is doing on the laptop. And I can really relate to that. Here, we try to reverse this argument, and we thought that if a set of abstract rules can shape our motor executions, then is it possible that our gestural interactions can change our mental model of the running program? Now, the second criterion is also influenced by Maria's performance, as she's using a standard live coding session. And actually, what she's done there is that she transformed the very meaning of musical gestures. Typing on a keyboard is now a sound producing gesture. Let's move to the goals of the study. The goals, the main goal was to develop an analytical framework for musical live coding systems. And we thought that by doing so, will help to systematize the study of gestural interactions in live coding music performance. And also, this can also support the study of music psychology and perception of live coding. Now, the methods that we used is that we watched performances available online, and we coded the video performances based on some meaningful abstractions that we extracted, and we are going to see on the next slide. We try to identify what are the most important factors that differentiate these performance systems, and we try to map this on a three-dimensional space. Now let's continue and see into detail the analytical framework. Now, the first dimension, x-axis, describes the process of interface design. Now, on the lower end of the axis, we have assigned the low-level concepts or concrete, and on the upper end of each axis, we have assigned high-level concepts or abstract. So on the first dimension, X, on the lower end, we have the literal design, and this describes all those systems that are based on some typical programming activity, like typing on a text editor or using some low-level hardware interactions to write some code. On the upper end, we use the concept of metaphorical design. This is also used in digital musical instruments. And here we describe all those systems that hinder the programming activity by using some metaphor. It can be a musical instrument like playing the piano or a video game. Now, the second dimension describes the gestural mapping. This is the y-axis. On the lower end, we have the concept of algorithmic significance. That is that our gestures modify the structure of the running program. And on the upper end, we see that we examine whether these gestures are agnostic to the algorithm. So a typical case of this is when we code on a standard programming language for live coding, like Super Collider or Xlang or Tidal or all these textual-based languages and visual languages. In that manner, to type sign oscillator, let's say in Super Collider, you can do it in many different ways. So the very workings of the algorithm are totally agnostic to how many gestures you will do in order to execute this line of code. And the third dimension describes the process of interaction design. On the lower end is direct manipulation, and on the upper, algorithmic complexity. Now, direct manipulation refers to the notion of whether the interface promotes recall instead of retrieval. So, for example, in a standard programming language like Super Collider, for example, the programmer has to retrieve all the knowledge about the classes and the methods, etc., the syntax of the programming language. Finally, we equipped this framework with a dyadic condition, as this was proposed by Tanimoto. We call this sound generation, and Tanimoto said that you either let the music come first in live coding, or you let the code be first. Now, let's see now some of the cases, just to understand how we mapped the different performance examples on the framework. We're going to see into detail later on with videos. Now, in Valman's performance, we code it on the first axis interaction design as low level, that is literal design. On the y-axis, we code it as high level, which is agnostic to the algorithm because it's a typical programming language, and it includes algorithmic complexity because Mariah has to do many things in order to evaluate something. And on the sound generation, because Mariah is using the typing material as sound material, we see that this is music first. Now, in C Calculator by Noriega and Weinberg, we code it as high on the x-axis, as low on the y-axis, algorithmic significant, high on the z-axis, and the music comes first. Al-Jazari is high level on the first axis because it's a video game, and low level on every other, so on Z, on Y, Z, and it's a dashed arrow, which denotes that it's a code first system. And Hello World it has all high levels on all three dimensions and on the dyadic condition. And yeah, this is another example by me. Now, let's move to the performance by Mariah. Mariah here is typing on a keyboard. This on the interface design is literal because she's just typing on a programming language. The gestural mapping is agnostic because the very workings of the algorithm do not influenced by how many gestures Mariah does in order to write the program. Regardless if she's using typing as raw material. The interface design includes algorithmic complexity because Mariah has to do a sequence of different things in order to execute the command. Now here we see that he has switched on her microphone, she applied a pitch shift, and now he's gonna be using a recording buffer, etc. Now here it can be tricky. For example, when we see light 14 here, Mariah is actually changing, modifying the parameters of resonance filter there. Now we classified this as algorithm agnostic because Mariah applies parameter changes and doesn't change the very structure of the algorithm. So let's say a one-pole filter is not transformed into a four-pole filter, for example. Excuse me. Now let's move to Code Clavier C Calculator. I believe that Code Clavier C Calculator and Code Clavier Hello World systems are the best examples to realize, to discuss how this algorithmic significant and algorithm agnostic gestural interactions may be seen in live coding. So now here we see that Noriega just put the C calculator system, and now Anne is playing the piano.
True.
And she's writing code. So it's metaphorical design because she uses piano. It's algorithmic significant because it's just doing gestures and making successor
15.
functions, which at the end they end up into some calculations in the lambda calculus. And it has algorithmic complexity
6.
because it involves a sequence of many gestures to write the program. And it's music first because she's playing the piano.
$29.
Now let's move to Al-Jazari and then to Hello World. Now Al-Jazari is metaphorical design and low level on all the others. And I'm not gonna describe this because I don't have experience. I haven't played the game, but as I understand, demonstrates direct manipulation because it's played. The video game is based on a PlayStation joypad, and the gestures are algorithmic significant because what Dave Griffiths is doing here is just registering actions, and the robots, they move immediately. And the code comes first, of course. Now let's move to Hello World. And this is high level on all processes that we. So here, Anne is using the piano as a keyboard. So now we see that she typed hello O. So she's just using the piano as a keyboard. And she typed hello world, but it's not a command. It's just type the super collider. Now she's debugging, I believe, and debugging again. Yep. So we can use the piano as a debugger. And now she executes the first command. So in that sense, Hello World is agnostic to the workings of the algorithm because the sequence of musical gestures that Anne is doing, they are not really changed the very workings of the algorithm. Now, let's move to the discussion. We presented a preliminary three-dimensional analytical framework of live coding music systems, and also we provided a theoretical high-level view of live coding music performance in terms of practices, agents, and systems. Also, we identified from Mariah's performance that Mariah assigned meaning to musical gestures by just switching on her microphone. Now, in our framework, Mariah's system and a typical live coding system, like, for example, the example that I use from Alex McLean using Tidal, they just overlap and they differ on the dyadic condition, code first and music first. So the question arises, what we can learn from such overlaps in the framework when we have systems that they only differ on the code first, music first condition. Further on, how we may use such framework. I see that can either start browsing the framework as the system's type A personality by Collins and Rhinoscope by Magnusson. And further on, we see that terminological aspects in terms of live coding should be clarified to facilitate cross and interdisciplinary studies. Now, future studies may involve interviews to assess the validity of this framework, add more dimensions, particularly to describe collaborative and network live coding, which we didn't discuss at all here, and also digging and analyzing more thoroughly musical practice and musical agents, and how artificial agents may impact such frameworks, and also would be very beneficial to examine much more performance practice and to a taxonomy of live coding systems. Now, thank you. It was really an honor to be here and a pleasure, and I'm looking forward for our discussion. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, Georgios, hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And well, welcome to the conference. And I just want to thank you because this is very interesting as well in terms of we are in a sort of intermediate area of researching, which is it's like musicology in a way, but at the same time it's like an analytical framework in computer terms. So these taxonomies can lead to different ideas. One is to understand how things works, how things work, and the other thing is what aesthetical implications can we link to different types of languages, the way they are structured, and all the things that you mentioned. So that is a very appealing thing for me. So I would like to just to give a start to the discussion, starting to the discussion. I would like to ask you how can you find out using these taxonomies the way the different live coding platforms can lead to different approaches to the relationship between code, performance, and these two sides a concept, which is to play. The thing is, we in Spanish, we have two words. One is jugar, which is play a game, jugar un juego, play a game.
Okay.
But we have to play an instrument, is tocar un instrumento, is tocar the guitar, but to play it. But in English and in French as well, and in other languages, you have play or jouer an instrument, jouer a game. So how do you can prospect or analyze the live coding platforms in terms of playing, performing, and this relationship? It's possible to see some identification of these aspects through your taxonomies?
Yeah, thanks for that. Also, thank you for having me here. So if I understand correct, what do you use in Spanish? As far as I know, I'm not fluent in Swedish, but in Swedish, I believe they have a different word for a play, and a different word for a game. So it's more a fun game and more like a strategic game, something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe a Swedish speaker can help us here. But yeah, in my framework, I looked into what we can learn from a music psychology view. And that's why I'm talking a lot about musical gestures, because there is a long tradition in systematic musicology about musical gestures, on how this can have functional, aesthetical, or other communicative aspects. Now, in terms of this, I would say that your question is kind of more, as I understand it, it tries to make a link between the system and the practice. Because I also, I'm looking on this threefold of, like, you have the live coding practice, the musical agents, and the systems. But if, let's say, this kind of strategic game is becoming more playful, maybe you kind of the agency in between the practice and the systems, they may like evaporate in the two sides, and you connect the practice to the systems in a more psychological or emotional aspect somehow. But I haven't looked into that, so I try to narrow down the viewpoints. So I'm focusing more on auditory and motor perception, and I try to look on different aspects, how different systems they differentiate on this space. So at the moment, I'm more like exploring this space.
Okay, thank you, Georgios. Let's see if we got any other comment or a question. Yes, somebody in the chat is saying that in Swedish there are two words, lek and spela. Thank you, Mafalda Samuelsson. And let's see, is there any other questions or maybe a comment? Well, probably your research is going to be, expanding. Meanwhile, there are, new live coding platforms and new applications of these platforms connecting different worlds. Something interesting is how live coding now is being connected to other kind of systems in electronic music, like modular synthesizers. In fact, we got some we got a presentation tomorrow about that.
Yeah,
and it's a growing area, and that is another type of connection of technologies and user.
I see this kind of theoretical analytical studies more like a way to go beyond them and just hack these kind of frameworks, so that we go into more creative aspects of live coding.
Yeah.
So it's good to map, for example, the systems by Nick Collins, the Type A personality, and the Thrinoscope by Thor Magnusson. I see that they are actually browsing into this space, whereas some other systems, they look static into this space. So I think it's more interesting to just move around such spaces and maybe just go further beyond space.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if maybe you are you are by night over there.
It's kind of late afternoon. It's okay. Like 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Well, not too late. Thank you, Georgios, again. It seems that we don't have any more questions. Let me check one last time. There is a question. I think we got time for this one last question by Mafalda. She said, actually had a question on how the embodied gestural dimensions can be incorporated into the framework. Could they stem from the interviews in future work?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I can do an interview study and validate like shared conceptions among the live coders that these dimensions actually exist and describe something, that would be awesome. So yeah, and about the embodiment and gestural aspects, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of very, very complicated. It opens also more broader discussions. I would say the embodied aspect in live coding, because initially it feels totally disconnected when we just code. Typing, it's not really a gesture on a keyboard. It's just it has a functional value, but it can be also a gesture, as in Mariah's Ballman performance.
Well,
I
yes.
hope I answered Mafalda's question.
Yeah, but at the same time, we must consider that all of this is a very, very new and fresh research area. So there's a lot of things going on, and growing, mutating, and moving in different directions. So it's very important to get these kind of analytical frameworks as well. So thank you again, Georgios. Now we're going
Thank
to
you.
have
Thanks a lot.
thank you. We're going to have a pause. Let's get, I think, 5 minutes, and then we're going to back with the first panel of the conference with a presentation of Tor Magnusson and Iris Saladino. So that's it. We're going to go out of streaming for 5 minutes now, and then we're going to back with Tor and Iris. Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you for the patience. We had this problem at the beginning, but we are running smoothly, and we hope this will be the same case for the next days. Let's see. How can we deal with this? Okay. See you soon. 5 minutes, and we're back with the first panel. Thank you. Okay, we are back after this very how can I say this? It was very accidental morning, but finally, at last we are here. So please welcome Iris Saladino. Bienvenida. Qué gusto verte. Welcome, Thor. Thank you for being in touch. Accept to you both to be here and sharing your thoughts, sharing your ideas. And as I said before, the idea is to get this hybrid thing. We are running a experimental panel, trying to be a little bit different and see what happens. So please go ahead, tell us about your activities, your research, and then we're going to have at the end a slot, a room for chatting, discussing, receiving some questions and comments by the audience. I will ask to follow the program. I will ask to Thor to get first, and that's it. Welcome, and go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm getting a bit of an echo, but it seems to be gone now. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, thank you, Alejandro, for the invitation. It's great to be here, and I'm really pleased to be here with Iris on this panel. I read that we're going to present the work we were doing for 15 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes, and then we're going to have a discussion afterwards. So what I'm going to do is probably just go and present some of the work that I've been doing, a bit of my background, and the kind of live coding related activities I've been working on. So I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes. So at the moment, I am a research professor at the Iceland University of the Arts. We're running a project here called Intelligent Instruments Lab, and it's an ERC-funded project for 5 years. And we've just started. You can read about it here on the IIL website. We have a team of people who are working on all kinds of interesting projects with AI and musical instruments. But I've been working at the University of Sussex for many years, and one of the projects I did there was a book called Sonic Writing. In this book, which you can see, it's published by Bloomsbury. It's on the screen right now. In this book, I look into the way that our instruments, notation systems, and recording systems kind of condition the way that we do and think about music. So I look into kind of the material inscriptions of music, the way that we kind of define the possibilities of music by making instruments. So it's almost like the instrument is a system, musical system on its own, and through notation systems, of course, and so on. And here, I, of course, see live coding as being a notation system, but of course, it's also a musical instrument as well, and it generates audio signal in real time. So the context of this book, live coding is kind of all through the book, but it's not about live coding. It is about broader issues, I think. But my background in live coding or history in live coding is that in early 2000s, I was making software that was quite screen-based. I'm gonna try to share a screen with a tab so you can hear the audio. So I was working with graphical user interfaces, little instruments, not trying to create some all-purposeful digital audio workstation, but small specific tools for making sounds. And in this work, I quickly, live coding was always part of this. Underneath the hood of these graphical user interfaces, there was code, supercollider code. And I often found myself in the middle of a performance playing with an ensemble, improvisation ensemble. I found myself actually live coding. So I had a go at creating my first live coding language, probably in 2008 or something, I can't remember. And that was called ICLC. I'm going to show you ICLC quickly. It's a very simple language. It's a notation language, and you can do things very quickly. It's easy to learn. Anyone can learn it in half an hour. And it has certain affordances, constraints.
Sorry, Thor, we are not seeing your screen.
Yeah, thank you. You're not synced, but are you hearing it?
No.
Are you hearing? Share screen. Now? Can you hear it now? Let's see.
No, at least not me. I'll check in YouTube.
Actually, I can see that it didn't pop up as a not to worry. Let me see if I can just share the whole screen like that. You should see it now, but can you? No. It is sharing it, it says, but I can't see it on. Oh, here we go. Can you hear it as well?
No sound, but at least we see the screen.
Okay. It was quite slow to share the screen. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm clicking on the Chrome tab. Sharing tab audio. I can see the screen. There we go. Can you see it now?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And we can hear.
Thank you. So, a simple notational language, ICLC. It has certain affordances. It's easy to learn. It's written in supercollider, and in a way, it is almost like some kind of a step sequencer on top of a more powerful language. But it was really the speed of writing that I was interested in. I was also interested in constraints and the affordances of a simple language. So it should be easy to use in nightclubs late at night, you know, where the focus can be a bit fuzzy. You don't want to be thinking about syntax errors and so on. So that was the idea of ICLC. I have another project that I want to show you, and that's called Threnoscope. And that is a live coding language where I was more interested in looking into microtonality and audio spectra and how kind of the partials of a sound can be distributed around us in space. I was interested in kind of longitudinal sounds, kind of drone sounds. And so I created a live coding language where you could equally write and see the sound at the same time. So you have prescriptive notation and also descriptive notation. And here you can see a performance with Eiríkur Orri Ólafsson in Reykjavik. And here on the right, you can see the language where I'm starting to write some notes, and the kind of representational notation are these circles. So each one of them are drones, and they move around the space, and there are lines here, which are the harmonics of a fundamental sound. Yeah, I'm going to stop this and just to save time. So I also work with colleagues at Sussex, Chris Kiefer, Alice Eldridge, and Thanos Polymenes, Leontiris. We have a band called the Brain Dead Ensemble, and I think it's popping up now. And here I'm using the Threnoscope to send these drones into feedback cellos, or cellos that have actuators in the bodies, so the instruments can feed back. It looks like I'm sharing here, but I can't see the share screen. It's taking a time to share. Yeah. Not to worry. I'm going to try to share another thing. I also created a live coding language for humans. That is called Code Music Notation. You can see that here. It's on GitHub. You can find it and download it. It's more or less just a language because in traditional notation, you can't really do many of the things that we can do in programming languages. So the idea here is that the performer will follow notation, programming notation. And of course, if they have a minor understanding of programming, they could follow this language to perform. So it's an addition to traditional notation. I found that interesting, and because in a way, when I think about live coding and the semantics of a live coding language, I've always been interested in the meaning of an object, the meaning of a musical instrument, and the meaning of the live coding language and its words. So any instrument, any tool that we pick up will have a certain scope for expression. The joke in the philosophy of technology area is that if the only tool that you've got is a hammer, all the problems any problem that you have will look like a nail, you know. So the language or the tool will define the way that you think. It will define the way that you make music, and so on. So for us at Sussex, I was working with Chris Kiefer and Francisco Bernardo on creating a new live coding language for the browser. And we got quite interested in this problematic of how what is the ideal language for browser-based live coding. And we are also working with machine learning. So what is the way to use machine learning in live coding? And I'm going to share with you the final screen. It's going to be Sam. I hope it works. Do you hear that? No. So I have started sharing it. It says it's sharing it, but it doesn't pop up. There we go. It just takes a little bit of time. Did you hear that then? Yeah. So here we have a language called Sema. And in this language, you basically create your own, sorry, it's not a language, it's a platform for languages. And in here, you can create your own live coding system. So we have some examples. For example, the default language, which looks like this. And I could play a little bit. These languages are interfacing with the kind of UGens of the JavaScript audio language. But we also have here the definition of the language. So if I change some of the parameters here, the language itself will change. So you can live code the language that you're programming in real time. Change the language, change the definitions of it. And we have quite a few different languages in here, and we can use JavaScript to for the machine learning or do all kinds of interesting things. The system is called Sema, and we are interested in the semantics here. What is really the language? Sema in Greek is a token or a sign or a meaning. And we are interested in how users create their own meaning. What is a live coding language? How do you define your own languages? And what we're interested in are like smaller languages, not a kind of comprehensive language like Super Collider, for example, but something much smaller, something that might be just like a little drum or some kind of instrument or a little notation system, even a piece. So the live coding language is just a piece that you share with people. And that's what you can do in this system, Sema. You can just copy the URL that you can see up here, or maybe not, because I'm sharing the tab. But you can copy the URL and then you can send the URL to friends, and they will then get your language and will be able to live code in the language that you've created. This is all coming out very soon. It's nearly ready, and I look forward to see what people do with that. But I'm gonna stop the screen here, and I don't think I have much more to show. I'm just interested in the way that we create different languages for different musical purposes, and the relationship between a language and what we express, between the language and what we do. And for us live coders, how do the languages define the way we collaborate with others, for example? So I would be really interested in kind of talking about this problematic of the limitations that we set people in when we create languages, and how people kind of break out of those limitations. But I'm going to stop now and hand over to Iris. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hola, hola a todos, ¿cómo andan? No sé si debería hacer la presentación en español o en inglés. No sé si Ale me quiere sugerir algo.
¿Me escuchas?
Sí.
Sí, estamos muy experimentales y rebeldes en esta ICLC. Así que si tú quieres hacerlo en castellano, después vamos conjugando sí en inglés para poder comentar y dialogar. I'm saying to that we are very rebel and experimental in this ICLC, so I'm asking Iris to do the presentation in Spanish, and then we can dialogue in English and share some thoughts and ideas. So I think it's a good idea to get this more kind of balanced thing, okay?
No problema, yo puedo comprender español.
Excelente. Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Me pone contenta poder hablar en español en esta reunión de live coding. Bueno, voy a pasar a compartir pantalla para mostrarles una presentación con fotos que fui encontrando para relatar un poco mi recorrido, porque entiendo que no es claro para la gente que no me conoce. Así que bueno, voy a empezar por compartir este tab. Espero que se esté viendo. Bueno. Cualquier cosa, abran el micrófono y háblenme porque estoy con una sola compu sin monitor y no les puedo leer. Bueno, mi nombre es Iris Saladino. Soy de San Miguel, es una ciudad del conurbano bonaerense a unos 50 kilómetros de la capital federal. Bueno, acá estoy en mi casa siendo muy chiquita. Como ven, el contexto es bastante precario en muchos aspectos. Y mientras crecía estaba el mito de que en mi familia paterna había habido unas personas músicas. Y de hecho, en 2015, cuando falleció mi papá, pude encontrar, gracias a mi tía, estas fotos de mi tío Oscar, que era baterista, y mi tío Julio, que está cantando. Pero la verdad es que esta tradición nos llegó a mí a través de mi familia. En un momento me pudieron comprar un teclado Casio y esta guitarra era prestada y aunque mi abuelo materno acá está haciendo como que me enseña y yo haciendo como que toco, en realidad es todo fake. Entonces, en el año 2010, después de mucho pensar, decidí estudiar música formalmente y empecé la carrera de música, la licenciatura en música en la Universidad del 3 de Febrero y el conservatorio en un conservatorio municipal de San Miguel que se llama Julián Aguirre. Ahí aprendí a tocar el contrabajo con mi profesor Cavalli y luego del FOBA, que es el ciclo de formación básica, comencé a estudiar particular contrabajo con Facundo Ordóñez, que es un contrabajista muy, muy bueno de la escena contemporánea de Buenos Aires. El hecho de haber empezado a estudiar música y manejarme con un instrumento me permitió ensamblar, lo cual fue una experiencia muy rica para mí. Mi primer ensamble se llamó Mada Primavesi y estaba formado por 3 chicas. Éramos Eliana Rosales, Rocío Pérez Velarra y yo. Eli tenía un cello con pedales y procesamientos, Rocío una arpa paraguaya que la intervenía con objetos y yo con el contrabajo en principio limpio y después ya pude comprarme uno eléctrico que también lo usaba en curta, que era un ensamble de los estudiantes de música de la Universidad de 3 de Febrero en Caseros, aunque Eliana era de artes electrónicas. Y este es un dato importante porque a Eli la conocí trabajando para la universidad como guía de uno de sus museos y empecé a juntarme con gente de artes electrónicas, al punto de que en algún momento comencé a usar la computadora para tocar, como se ve en esta última foto chiquitita, en donde estoy tocando con un grupo de poesía sonora que armamos también con unas compañeras de la facu. Y en 2015 inició una nueva etapa para mí, porque socialmente ya estaba integrada con estudiantes de artes electrónicas y armábamos una de nuestras acciones conjuntas, que para mí fue bastante marcatoria, fue el ciclo de electro, que fue un ciclo en donde permitíamos a estudiantes y a artistas emergentes under que no podían acceder a los grandes espacios de exposiciones o a las universidades, poder mostrar sus obras. Y había de todo. Sinceramente, mi paso hacia las artes electrónicas se dio por una casualidad. O sea, si bien estaba muy interesada por este contacto que tenía con la gente que estudiaba, falleció mi papá y perdí las materias que estaba haciendo de música. Entonces, Ernesto Romeo, que es un maestro de los sintetizadores analógicos, me invitó a ser oyente en sus clases. Pero ya les voy a contar sobre eso en un ratito. Acá quiero destacar que mientras estudiaba artes electrónicas, el hecho de ponerme en contacto con mucho conocimiento técnico, electrónica, física, matemática, acústica, psicoacústica, entre otras, y programación, ¿no? Processing, Arduino. Para mí fue una apertura muy enorme y muy importante. Acá en estas fotitos chiquititas estoy haciendo una residencia en el Centro de Arte Sonoro, al cual pude acceder gracias a tener todo este conocimiento técnico también. A pesar de que estaba trabajando desde el sonido, ya lo estaba haciendo con una mirada electrónica. Acá conocí a Diego Dorado, que es parte también de nuestro colectivo de Light Coders, pero bueno, yo lo conocí unos cuantos años antes. Esto es 2016 o 2017. Pero bueno, Ernesto Romeo para mí es una persona muy importante en mi transcurso hacia el light coding, porque con él aprendí sobre síntesis y este fue el paso definitivo para dejar el estudio de la música tradicional o de tradición escrita y meterme de lleno con las máquinas. Luego de cursar un año, los 2 niveles de la materia que él da, pude trabajar también un año en su estudio y ahí aprendí muchísimo sobre grabación y lógicas dinámicas en el estudio. Aprendí a usar esa consola analógica que tengo acá atrás en la primera foto y además pude tocar muchos sintetizadores de los cuales había un montón que me gustaban, pero mis favoritos son los que se pachean. Además me dejaban hacer otras actividades, como por ejemplo estos encuentros de composición para estudiantes de la carrera de música, con contrabajo, pero con el ánimo de traerles también a todo este mundo de los sintetizadores. Bueno, también conocí muchísima gente muy grosa. Por ejemplo, acá está Carl Craig en el Fauno. Tuvimos una sesión de grabación. Como yo trabajaba ahí, pude estar presente y me invitaron también a tocar. Fue una experiencia hermosa. Acá estoy con Amanda Chan, que es una DJ y artista sonora de Brasil. Acá está Mene Sabasta, que es una artista de Mar del Plata, profe en varias universidades, también fue profe mía en la Facu. Acá está Ernesto, chiquitito se ve, y este es el equipo del Fauna. Otra de las experiencias muy marcatorias para mí en mi recorrido por artes electrónicas fue la posibilidad de dejar de ser guía del museo y pasar a ser becaria de investigación de un proyecto que se llama Aromatorio, y está enmarcado dentro de los proyectos de investigación en el cruce de ciencia, arte y tecnología. Este particularmente estudiaba las correspondencias transmodales entre audio, olfato y gusto. Y si se fijan acá en esta foto hay una mesa que estaba controlada por un Arduino y tenía unas válvulas que expulsaban o llevaban a través de las mangueritas diferentes partículas de olor con unas fragancias base que combinadas crean la sensación de otras. Entonces esta mesa la estábamos haciendo para algunas experiencias con comida o bebida y olfato. Todo este gran conocimiento técnico al que tuve acceso acá, porque leíamos papers, teníamos que programar, había que hacer muchas cosas, pude luego también acceder o estar preparada para otras situaciones, como por ejemplo dar un taller de lutería digital en en una universidad técnica en Uruguay, esa fotito, pero eso fue mucho después, ya en el 2018. Pero creo que pude llegar también a eso gracias a este pasaje por el proyecto Aromatorio, que está dirigido por el músico y matemático Bruno Mesch, a quien le agradezco todo lo que viví ahí, porque gracias a él pude acceder a mi primer curso de Super Collider. Y acá fue el segundo gran paso. El curso era un curso de posgrado en la Universidad Nacional de las Artes, dictado por el doctor Lucas Amaruga, a quien también le mando un beso muy grande, porque para mí fue un antes y un después. Y acá empezó el arte con el código, codeando música. No podía creer que hubiese este cruce entre arte y programación y sonido. Y gracias a Super Collider conocí que existía algo llamado live coding. Y pronto entré al mundo de Tidal Cycles y estaba como este Winnie Pooh de acá. Que bueno, es un viaje de ida. Y así fue como Click llegó a mi vida. Click es el colectivo de live coders. Era un grupo que estaba funcionando en La Plata. Acá en Buenos Aires teníamos un grupo que también estaba funcionando haciendo live coding, pero sufrió un quiebre grande. Y luego de ese quiebre, quienes quedamos en Buenos Aires decidimos alinearnos con Click, que tenían su sede en La Plata, que es una ciudad a unos 50 kilómetros de la capital federal. Y tenía estos principios, ¿no? Colectivo y abierto, de intercambio y producción, adocrático y horizontal, cuidado, lo cual son características que yo no había visto nunca en ningún grupo relacionado con el conocimiento, ¿no? Click es como para mí el mejor espacio en el que desarrollarse como artista, por muchos motivos. Pero bueno, les quiero contar un poco rápidamente mi paso por Click o cómo trabajamos desde ahí para alimentar esta comunidad de la que somos parte. Esta primera foto es de la primera reunión en febrero de 2019 en un barsucho de mala muerte con un sótano así de chiquitito. Nos juntamos todos e hicimos música. Estuvieron Moon Shaker, Pablo Riera, Diego Dorado, Hernán Ordiales, Flor de Fuego y creo que nadie más, Vlad, me parece que estaba Vlad también. Y la primera fecha conmemorativa, o que yo siento que fue muy central para esa unión de la comunidad y que Click fuese Click, es esta primera fecha que tuvimos con las chicas de La Plata en un nanomutec, para el cual vino Joan Armitage. Y bueno, nuestro grupo Null, compuesto por Flor de Fuego, Uma, Osmia y yo, fue la demostración de afecto y de voluntad y de viajar horas para juntarse a ensayar, tener problemas técnicos, aprender, consultar con nuestros compañeros, etc. En la enorme fascinación por este grupo y por esta práctica, yo decidí empezar a salir a buscar más gente que se sumara, porque éramos un grupo muy chico. Entonces se me ocurrió salir a dar muchas charlas en diferentes meetups de tecnología. Saqué los registros de Instagram porque es el espacio donde están mayormente colgados. Un segundo, por favor. Necesito gritar algo por acá. Ok, bueno,
No
gracias. Justo me tocan la puerta, re inoportuno. Bueno, entonces esta fue una gran estrategia para hacer que la comunidad crezca. Actualmente somos casi 500 personas, 400 y pico, no me acuerdo el número, pero de ser 10 más o menos, llegamos a esa cantidad. Otra cosa linda que se fue dando en la comunidad y gracias a colectivo, que estamos nucleados en un grupo público de Telegram, empezamos a hacer convocatorias abiertas para juntarnos y tocar en lugares. Este sistema también para mí es bastante desconocido. Siempre había como convocatorias a las que aplicar, pasar por procesos de selección, cumplir con ciertos criterios o ciertos equipamientos o cierta disponibilidad, y en cambio la lógica del algorave es: te doy un pad, quien quiere se anota, caemos al lugar, nos enchufamos y tocamos. Y esto para mí fue maravilloso y también tuve muchas ganas de impulsarlo, de generarlo, de gestarlo, y definitivamente tuvimos muchísimas fechas acá en Buenos Aires, así, fechas abiertas para la comunidad. Acá hay algunas en mi casa, un espacio cultural que no sé si seguirá abierto después de la pandemia. Tenemos alguna juntadita en La Plata, esto es en la Flisol, que es un evento de tecnología libre. ¿Qué más? Bueno, en fin, se ven chiquititas las fotos, pero bueno, para que sepan que todo eso sí sucedió. Otra de las cosas lindas que hicimos con el colectivo fue impulsarnos a federar la práctica, porque si bien en Internet tenemos un montón de gente de muchos lugares, efectivamente la práctica siempre queda encerrada en Buenos Aires como gran metrópolis y no nos gusta eso. Entonces hubo una vuelta que viajamos a Rosario autogestivamente, se dieron un par de talleres y tocamos en Bon Scott, fue buenísima esa fecha. Luego también de manera autogestiva fuimos a Mar del Plata. Dimos algunos talleres, también hubo oportunidad de tocar, de conocer la gente de Mar del Plata que está haciendo cosas también. Y también autogestivamente hace poquito, en octubre, fuimos a Chaco y a Corrientes, que son otras dos provincias de Argentina, a conectar con la comunidad creativa y mostrar también un poco de live coding, y efectivamente ya tenemos gente al equipo. Otra de las iniciativas por federar la práctica, pero esta vez con el Fondo Nacional de las Artes, aplicamos y pudimos ir a Bariloche. Originalmente queríamos ir a Tierra del Fuego, luego por un tema de la devaluación de nuestra moneda no fue posible y tuve que repensar el proyecto, lo llevé a INVAP, que es un instituto donde hacen satélites, y nos aceptaron, eso es en Bariloche, y finalmente vino la pandemia y se complicó y lo terminamos haciendo en Tribu de Trueno, que es un espacio cultural más pequeño, pero lo mismo lo pudimos hacer. En cuanto a mis experiencias personales como artista, como música, en este hermoso mundo del live coding, quiero destacar las oportunidades de trabajo multicanal que tuve, empezando por el Planetario de Buenos Aires, con Flor de Fuega, Moonshaker y Pablo Riera. Esa fecha fue una victoria personal, porque fue inesperada. Pudimos tocar en el marco de la presentación de proyectos de una incubadora que trabaja con biotecnología, nada que ver. Fue la puerta de entrada al planetario, y pudimos hacer la presentación a pesar de que teníamos todos los pronósticos técnicos en nuestra contra. Y esa presentación nos abrió la posibilidad luego a Flor de Fuega y a mí de viajar al Planetario de Colombia, al Festival Domo Lleno, donde nos presentamos, y bueno, y ahí sí tuvimos la grata experiencia de vivir toda una técnica solamente para nosotras y con fines artísticos. En el Planetario de Buenos Aires fue un poquito más complicado. Y la última experiencia multicanal, de la cual tuve el honor de ser parte, fue a distancia, para lo cual tuvimos que desarrollar un poquito el sistema de movimiento del sonido en el espacio. Fue con Alex McLean y con Malitzin Cortés para el festival No Bounds. Si se fijan, acá hay una foto en donde se ve una cabeza que tiene unos micrófonos binaurales que captaba ese movimiento del sonido en el espacio, y en el lugar había 8 parlantes colocados como vértices de un cubo. Bueno, quiero mencionar también las diferentes colaboraciones con los nodos de TopLab en que tuve también el honor de participar. Siempre esta idea de poder colaborar a distancia y llamear con gente a través de la internet, para mí es como lo máximo. Y al principio, la primera persona con la que intentamos tocar a distancia fue con Rex Malevka, que es un colega de México, que procedíamos de la siguiente manera. Él tenía Tidal Cycles y estaba tocando en vivo allá en México, y por un pad, que es lo que tiene proyectado de fondo, nos estábamos comunicando y él nos pegaba la línea de código que estaba evaluando, nosotros la evaluábamos acá. Este experimento lo hicimos con Moon. Escuchábamos lo que sonaba, le añadíamos o modificábamos algo y se lo volvíamos a pasar así en tiempo real. Muy linda experiencia, pero queríamos algo más dinámico. La siguiente experiencia fue con Ranga, con la gente de Indonesia. Ahí conocí Estuary como plataforma, lo usamos, se nos rompió bastante rápido, pero lo mismo pudimos tocar y fue re emocionante. Además, ese contacto con Ranga a mí me permitió también conocer la realidad cultural de otra locación que de otra manera no hubiese tenido contacto. Y eso me dio y me sigue dando muchísima felicidad. Con el tiempo aprendimos que podíamos poner, que existía Troop, que es un editor colaborativo, y que podíamos poner el script servidor en un servidor en la nube y acceder, conectarnos como clientes a ese servidor. Y así tuvimos muchas llamadas con mucha gente, ayudamos a mucha gente a ingresar a los diferentes lenguajes, tocábamos más que nada con Tidal Cycles, pero también con Foxdot. Y bueno, en fin, acá tenemos unas colaboraciones con DJ Algoritmo de Brasil, con Rafrobeat de Colombia, unos mensajes de amor que nos dejamos, que eso también es muy lindo, ¿no? Que cuando nos conectamos desde un lugar muy humano y queriéndonos un montón por estar ahí manejando esta locura de música con código a la distancia. Acá tenemos la última experiencia con Roger Pibernat, donde hice unas visuales que podía controlar desde Tidal Cycles con MIDI, trabajando con 3JS, generando un poco de volumen a partir de la cámara, la captura de la cámara web. Pero bueno, también participamos del encuentro cibercumbiero y de esa manera ahí hicimos un lazo, o yo hice un lazo con la comunidad costarricense, aunque nos hablamos bastante en el chat, pero digo, esa fue la primera vez que pude participar de algo que ellos organizaron. Después, con la gente de Colombia, con quien quedó muy buen vínculo, fui parte de un laboratorio de exploración sonora que se llamó Mujeres al borde del ruido, para mujeres, con Laura Zapata y Juliana Ortigosa de La Salpicodera. Y también participé con Marian, con Flor, y bueno, con Laura y Juliana de un concierto en Colombia para un Día de la Mujer. Ese concierto lo organizó Ana María Romano, que es una gran compositora de allá. Y también tengo por acá una captura de la colaboración que hice con Ana Jambó, tuve la enorme suerte de poder participar de un taller en donde enseñaba un sistema con inteligencia artificial para hacer búsquedas de samples. Y bueno, lo usé un tiempo y ahí otra colaboración. Bueno, y me están faltando un montón de otras cosas. Traté de hacer como una condensación, espero que sea un relato más o menos coherente. Voy a pasar a la actualidad. Así como soy miembro de Click, también soy staff de TopLab y de la comunidad de Tidal. Y también soy una de las administradoras del Open Collective de Tidal Cycles. Lo cual me pone muy contenta porque tengo la posibilidad de trabajar con Alex McLean a diario o bueno, no a diario, pero regularmente. Es una persona increíble con la que trabajar, de la cual quiero aprender muchísimo. Y el hecho de que podamos administrar las colaboraciones de la misma comunidad para la comunidad me pone muy feliz. Seguramente vendrán desarrollos, vendrán talleres, workshops y vendrán también experimentos artísticos. Los ensambles en los que estuve y estoy son básicamente Ignoto, formado por Coparsi de India, Ranga de Indonesia, DJ Algoritmo de Brasil, Moonshaker de Buenos Aires y yo de Buenos Aires y Rafrobeat de Colombia. Bueno, Sumergentes, que hacemos música, hacemos cumbia colombiana con Rafrobeat y Rafa Puyana. Este grupo a mí me encanta, tenemos buena frecuencia de juntada y de presentación y me encanta que vayamos a buscar los sonidos típicos de su región para poder jugar con ellos, porque ahí también vienen a colación muchas cosas que son más bien como latinoamericanas, más allá de Colombia. Hace poco trabajamos con sonidos de gallos, por ejemplo, y yo me acordaba de San Miguel, en donde hay gente que en las casas tiene gallos y gallinas. Otro de los ensambles, bueno, es Null, que es con las chicas. Es bastante fluctuante porque a veces alguna puede, alguna no puede. Osmia se fue a estudiar afuera unos años y no estuvo, y bueno, así. Y Low Poly, que es el dúo que tengo con Moonshaker, que no performea muy seguido, pero está trabajando todo el tiempo. Bueno, y con esta experiencia de Jack Adler, que muestro acá arriba, que fue en 2019, en donde pudimos mezclar light coding con música acústica, a mí me quedaron muchas ganas de probar más hibridaciones, y este año incorporamos, Moonshaker y yo, Low Poly incorporó a Juli Otto, que es mi mejor amigo, tocando unos pads. O sea que estamos teniendo como cuerpo y sonido live codero. Es un experimento por ahora, solamente tocamos una vez. Y actualmente estoy haciendo una residencia en el Laboratorio de Interactividad Corporal de Chela, que es un espacio en Buenos Aires, en donde estamos usando un sistema de traqueo, y con Super Collider estoy automatizando una situación sonora a partir del traqueo de los cuerpos en el espacio. Y se está desarrollando, así que el sábado presentaremos el resultado final de este proceso. Y con eso termino mi presentación. Gracias por haberme escuchado. Muchas gracias a Alejandro y a Cristian por estar armando todo esto. Y ya me callo.
Ok. Muchas gracias, Iris. Es mucha cosa que hemos escuchado de ambos. Y vamos a hacer el switch para inglés para que pueda acceder más gente. So we are moving to talk now in English to get access for the discussion to more people. Thanks once again, both of you, for sharing your activities, ideas, and as well something very important nowadays. Your personal journeys, your personal paths, and as well feelings. That I think something which is wrong nowadays in our world is the lack of emotions. I mean, in a very clear and transparent way. We are discussing a lot of topics related to this aspect of human being nowadays in Chile, because we are facing elections, so there is a lot of implications in the realm of ethos, what we want for our country. So it's a very decisive election in few days. And Gaston Soublet, which is a philosopher, Chilean philosopher, he said, where there is love, you don't need loss. So, donde hay amor, no se necesitan leyes. Entonces, I think it's very important. So all these things related to community, to gather people. So that's the point that I detect as a common ground, as a common node between both presentations. So we put this topic of semantic languages, and it seems at the first glance related to more kind of computer music, like kind of things, but it's related in a wider sense, I think. So it's Thor just talked about Jorge's project, but always going to gather people, get people together, working, try to understand the way technologies, in the broader sense, writing a score is a technology. How technology informs our practices, our way of seeing the world. I don't know. I'm just divagating a bit philosophically. So let's see if we got some comments or questions. Maybe it would be great to exchange some question ideas between you both. I'm checking now. Everybody is saying clap, clap. Congrats for the presentation. I think something interesting maybe to start talking about is how users and programmers, people creating tools and people using tools are in a, I would say, golden era nowadays. We can exchange things, and this can move all the development of technology and practices very strongly. And that's probably, I would say, what is doing Tor with the team of Semacode is a proof of that. So it's people doing things, exchanging, etc. And at the same time, something very important that we want to remark in this conference is the diversity, which is, of culturally speaking, gender diversity, which is very clear in what Iris is talking about in his presentation, how they get this node interchanging, interconnecting people, a lot of female persons doing things. That's very, very crucial, I think. Renzo Fellini is talking about techne, this philosophical aspect or notion. Techne is part of human for sure. Our modes of existence are through technical coordinations and cognitive aspects, and this is reflected in our tools. Exactly. I don't want to monopolize. I have a lot of things in my notebook to comment, but probably it will be nice to hear from you some comments on each other.
Well, the first time that can we mute the the screen that has the banner?
Give me a sec, please.
Okay. I just cannot talk with this echo.
It's a bit difficult, yeah. One, two. I think it's gone.
It's gone. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, the first time that that we start talking about this was thanks to the Encuentro Cibercumbiero. because there we start talking about how colonialism reproduces itself in the technologies that we use too, and the fact that we are just end users for someone else's languages is a sign of weakness in a way. But me personally, since I am not a programmer, I think that the resistance is built in so many different ways, and there are some experiments in the Latin American nodes that shows that sometimes using languages that have been built by someone in North America or first world countries, we can give a message in our languages for our people too. For example, Diego Villaseñor created a platform for sound landscape by, you have to write down in Spanish words, and it creates the sound landscape. ¿Se dice así, paisaje sonoro? Sound landscape.
Esa es la convención, paisaje sonoro. Yo
Okay.
tengo mi crítica al respecto y estoy preparando un texto sobre eso. Pero
Oh, no.
pero sí, es paisaje sonoro, soundscape.
Soundscape, okay. Soundscape. Bueno, entonces, there is that tool that Diego created, and there is Luis del Ángel created a language based on Tidal, but it has words that refers to rhythms, typical rhythms of cumbia and other like folkloric rhythms in Mexico and Latin America. And that is a change. That is a very a huge change when you are using that instrument, because you get in touch with the cultural roots of the place that you live in. But also I saw that Ariane Rodriguez made a little play using estuary, also changing tidal cycles, and created like little poems in each slot. And the samples that she is calling in these little poems are related to the words that she is using in this new language based on tidal cycles. Of course, it's all in Spanish too. So there are ways of using code to get in touch with semantics and the cultural roots of these end users that are creating. Code is just a tool.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting what you're saying there, and I think Alejandro talked about emotion, and technology and emotion is often seen, I mean, engineering is often seen as being very rational, and there's not much emotion there. But the language that we use triggers emotions, and for this reason, for example, in ICLC, which I wrote like in 2008 or something, you could define your language with your own words. So you could write it in Spanish or Italian or Icelandic or any language, because the language that you use touches you. Every every language has its soul, so to say, and a programming language as well. And this relates to the way that we feel and think and our emotions of the language. And I also think I'm really interested to hear what Iris was saying about these additions to title. I think it's about rhythms, but it's also about musical scales, for example, and our Western technology is very kind of determined by and defined by the equal tempered tuning of the Western piano. So musics like Arabic music and Indian music, it's hard to work with them in the systems that we create. In the Theranoscope, for example, I support the Scala library, which has about 6,000 scales, I think. I can't remember how many. But then you have scales that are maybe 19 tones per octave, 36, 48, up to 76 tones per, or notes per octave. And these are different ways of thinking about the pitches in an octave. And that's a cultural thing. That's different cultures think differently about it. And in a way, it's our responsibility to think about these things as designers of live coding languages. But at the same time, whilst we acknowledge something like this, we can also decide to say, I'm not gonna do it. I'm focusing on something else. Because live coding, as I see it, is very much about creating something very specific. So I could create a live coding language that supports Arabic makams, Arabic scales, and that's the focus of that. And by focusing so much on that, I am probably limiting it such that someone from Java cannot really use it for what they're doing. So I think the way we do live coding, we're always working with quite high level expression systems. And that means that we have to choose what we do, what we incorporate into the system, and what we leave behind. But I found it very interesting what you were saying about emotion and our culture, our cultural background, how we relate to a system. You talked about, first world systems or colonial languages. I find it very interesting, and how to respond to that. Also, how do the designers of these technologies enable users to change the technology?
Yes. Well, it seems like we got a comment that I will like to share is by Ranga Aji. Sorry for my pronunciation. The comment is, since I saw that instrument is more like a prolongation of the human natural organ, a live coding is more on the sound matrix side that needs a command as an instruction. Yeah, so all is related to this, language, information, cultural symbolics, as Renzo Filinici is saying. And probably we can see semacodes, the research project that is leading toward as a prolongation, as a development of the embryonic idea developed in ICLC. Probably it's like kind of, it's a, I would say, a rhizomatic thing that grow it. So that's very interesting. And the same metaphor we can apply to the all the connections and practices that Iris is doing with people, going outside the normal places. We got everywhere the same problem, the centralization, and that's probably you can't imagine how strong it is in our countries here in, for example, in South America. Centralization is in many cases dramatic, because people it's not the same. It's not only okay. In the capital, we got cultural development and things. The people have problems without health and distribution of
Transport.
wealth, transport. So going to places and bring them culture, art, whatever, is very important for us, and I think is part of the same spirit. So what I'm trying to say, justify our motto, is convergent evolutions. Is spread, but what are we spreading? Our convergent ideas and positive ideas. So I don't know if anyone else want to say something. Somebody is asking if the cat get the attention needed. And important point as well. It seems not. I'm just want to give you the chance to close and say something else, and if you want to, and we can finish the session.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you for the time and the space for a person like me, which has been in the academy but is not an academic. I really appreciate that, and I think that it's a bit of this spirit that you were talking about. Like coding is about bonding, about sharing, and about spreading, and it requires to get out of the authority logics that we have usually in the world. So thank you very much for this space for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's amazing that you are running this conference during COVID. It's a so difficult time for all of us, and to see that you have all this energy and managing to make such a nice website and system and program with people coming together from all over the world. It's really amazing, and yeah.
Great.
There's something there, that comment. Oh, it's maybe.
Yes.
Maybe a bit.
Let's check it quickly. Maybe
I'm not sure it fits with the final words here.
Yeah. Yeah, but we have the chance to discuss more these inner ideas with the other presenters afterwards, and maybe through the email list or whatever. We're going to be in touch again, because obviously later on we will have the papers in the proceedings, so put it in somewhere. So that will be a moment to exchange more emails and maybe get the discussion further, for the discussion. Sorry, and that's it. So once again, thank you very much. This is a really good moment. Yes, I send a heart for you both and for everyone who is watching and who joined this transmission. Thanks again. Hopefully, we're going to be in a present, in a presential mode somewhere in the future. Take care. Thank you very much, and stay tuned with the conference, and we will be in touch very soon with you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So just a couple of words to say what is happening now. We're going to have a huge pause now for get lunch over here. And so at 3 p.m. Chile, it will be the on-the-fly cantina session. We are going to sharing this on the social media. A reminder of that. That is a activity which is running in parallel through their own Jitsi Meet channel. So you don't need to get back on this. But in the same channel, YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch, you can watch the performances program that it will be running at 4 p.m. Chile time. So see you there at 4 p.m. Bye-bye. Thank you.